pirates, summon the heroic spirit Drake at the beginning author, like the wind. Page 201. But in this case, Khalifa cannot be rescued by Ziyun. Thinking of these, Ziyun couldn't help sighing. It seems that you will become like this, and my reason accounts for a large part, Ziyun said. Then what's your plan next? After finishing speaking, Ziyun broke the chains on Khalifa's body with telekinetic power, and controlled the telekinetic power to gently put Khalifa on the ground. Hearing Ziyun's question, Khalifa shook her head and said in a low voice, I don't know, actually. I have been serving the world government since I was very young. Now being chased by them, I really don't know where I should go next. In that case, do you want to come to my side? And said, since you have nowhere to go, why not come to me? Come and start a new life. Hearing Ziyun's words, Khalifa looked at Ziyun in surprise, but, you don't mind the fact that I lured you into an ambush. At that time, I really hoped that Zero's top agents could arrest you. Isn't this unsuccessful? He smiled and said, now that your position has changed, you don't have to be an enemy anymore. Ziyun stretched out his hand to Khalifa. How about being my partner, Khalifa? Khalifa looked at Ziyun's outstretched hand in a daze, but quickly realized it. After thinking for a while, Khalifa nodded fiercely, and put her hand on Ziyun's. Please give me your advice, Mr. Black-haired Admiral, Khalifa said with a smile. You are welcome to join us. Ziyun held Khalifa's hand and said, by the way, this is for you, as a gift for you to join us. As he spoke, Ziyun took out the bubble fruit from the golden air ripples emerging from behind. Unexpectedly, the last fruit will still fall on Khalifa's body. Ziyun couldn't help thinking, this is a devil fruit. Khalifa looked at the fruit in her hand in surprise. Is it really okay to give this to me who just joined you? Certainly. Ziyun smiled. In my opinion, this bubble fruit is the most suitable for you to use. Unless, you don't intend to become a devil fruit capable user. Bubble fruit? Khalifa stared at the fruit in her hand and said, I am not very strong now, but your enemies are very powerful people. So I want to eat this devil fruit, which may improve my strength quickly. Khalifa thinks that Ziyun's team can fight against the highest combat effectiveness of the Navy and the world government, so Khalifa still values the devil fruit that can improve her own strength. After speaking, Khalifa immediately peel off the skin of the devil fruit, and take a bite of the fruit in your hand. After chewing a bit, Khalifa immediately buried his head down, as if he was enduring something uncomfortable. What about the taste? Ziyun asked. Although Ziyun knows that devil fruits are very unpalatable, he doesn't know how unpalatable the fruit is, so now he really wants to ask Khalifa how he feels about the taste of devil fruit. Khalifa raised her head and said with a heavy face, it's too unpalatable. Page 202. LOL. Really? Ziyun smiled and said, looking at your expression, the taste of devil fruit should be quite delicious. Ah. How about it? Do you want to eat it all? Khalifa shook her head, and casually threw the remaining devil fruit into the sea. With such a taste, I don't want to try it a second time. Since I can gain power by eating one bite, I don't want to eat the rest of the fruit anymore. It's a pity. Ziyun looked at the devil fruit thrown into the sea by Khalifa and said, I also told our chef to cook it for you. Maybe the taste can be improved. You think highly of me. Imiyashiro waved his hand. Even with superb cooking skills, you can't make it delicious too. Ziyun smiled and said, then Khalifa, I will leave the cleaning task to you. After all, the ability of bubble fruit is very suitable for this. Wait, isn't this the ability to fight? It's used for cleaning, isn't it a bit? Khalifa said. It can also be regarded as the ability to contact you, Ziyun said with a smile, and then looked forward, where there was a huge luxurious boat driving straight towards Ziyun's sky garden. Hurry up and move on. On the luxury boat, a fat man said to his subordinates, the island that fell from the sky must be a gift from the heavens, and there must be a lot of treasure on it. Hurry up and take me to that island. Yes, King Walpo. Walpo's subordinates shouted in unison. It's great. I didn't expect to encounter such a thing after participating in the memory of their leading country. Walpo, king of Magnetic Drum Kingdom, thought happily, there must be something very delicious on it. Thinking of this, Walpo took a bite of the plate in his hand, and after chewing it a few times, he swallowed it into his own mouth. That flag. I remember it is the flag of a world government-affiliated country. Khalifa followed Ziyun's gaze and looked behind her. By the way, that is the flag of the Magnetic Drum Kingdom. Is that Walpo's ship? Ziyun looked at the fat man standing at the front of the ship in a little surprise and said, we should be far away from the surrounding area of the Drum Kingdom by now. As the king of a country that joins the world government, Walpo sometimes goes to other countries to attend meetings, banquets and the like. Khalifa said, it's not very far from the Magnetic Drum Country, so it's not surprising to meet their ship here. However, as far as I know, the king of the Magnetic Drum Kingdom is not an easy guy to get along with, and now he is rushing towards us, perhaps not with good intentions. Isn't that right? Ziyun smiled. If he came here with malice, I can take his kingdom into my hands without any worries. You have to bring the Magnetic Drum Kingdom into your own hands. Khalifa turned her head to look at Ziyun in surprise, The Magnetic Drum Kingdom is not comparable to Dual Island as a world government. If it is captured by you, the world government will definitely take action. I know you are strong and not afraid of the world government, but the power of the world government is not as simple as it is shown on Dual Island. And, you, page 203, it is also impossible to guard the Magnetic Drum Kingdom all the time. If you leave, the world government will have a lot of opportunities to attack the Magnetic Drum country. You don't have to worry about that. Ziyun smiled, walked to the edge of the sky courtyard, looked at the approaching Welpo's ship. If the world government comes, I will teach them a lesson. King, there are people on that island. On Welpo's boat. The watchman saw Ziyun appearing on the edge of the sky garden from a distance. Damn it, it's unforgivable to land on my island at will. Welpo yelled, shoot me down and knock him down. Yes, boom, boom. Following Welpo's order, the main gun in front of the ship quickly adjusted its direction and fired 2 shots at Ziyun. Are you shooting at me? Looking at the flying shells, Ziyun smiled. If that's the case, then you can't blame me. After speaking, Ziyun raised his right hand. A faint green light began to appear in Ziyun's hands. Just when Ziyun was about to make a move, Khalifa stepped on the mooncloth and flew into the air, kicking towards the shells in front of her. Boom! The shell kicked by Khalifa collided with a one shell behind. Immediately, an explosion occurred. Admiral, let me come. Khalifa fell in front of Ziyun from the sky. Since I joined your team, leave this battle to me. Ziyun nodded. All right, it just so happens that you can try your fruit ability, that. The enemy, on the ship, with your strength, it should be very easy to deal with. After listening to Ziyun's words, Khalifa smiled, kicked her feet vigorously, and rushed towards Valpo's ship quickly. King Valpo, that. The one who kicked our cannonballs is coming towards us. Seeing Khalifa kicking the cannonball with her body and rushing towards herself and the others, the watchman reported to Valpo in horror. Hurry up, fire and shoot her down for me. Valpo yelled. Boom. Hee, just try the ability you just got. Looking at the shells flying towards her, Khalifa whispered, golden bubbles. Following Khalifa's words, Khalifa's arm flicked across the flying shells. The surface of the shell itself immediately become extremely smooth, not flying in the air for a while, then falling towards the sea. Such ability is really good. Seeing the effect of her fruit ability, Khalifa said with some joy. Then, it's up to you next. Khalifa turned her head to look at Walpo and the others. I never thought that one day I would take action against the king of the countries that joined the world government. Who are you to board my ship at will? Watching Khalifa fall from the sky onto his boat, Valpo roared loudly. Since he has launched an attack on us, it is natural for us to fight back. Khalifa pushed her glasses, looked at the soldiers surrounding her and said, then, I hope you can persevere for a little longer, so that I can practice using my abilities more. Khalifa's battle didn't take too much time, and the strength of Walpo and his party wasn't that strong. Since Khalifa became a devil fruit ability user, it is even more impossible for them to defeat Khalifa. If it weren't for Khalifa's intention to test the ability of the devil fruit on them, the time when their battle ended would come back faster. I have to say, your fruit ability is really strange. Ziyun looked at the smooth toy-like Walpo who was carried by Khalifa to the sky garden and said, page 204. This shape, if you don't know it in advance, it's hard to think it's a real person. Even if it turns into a toy, it's a little cute, but it's still pretty ugly. Fubuki looked at Walpo and said indifferently, you can imagine how ugly this guy must have been. You guys, quickly unlock this ability for me. Walpo struggled to get up from the ground, but just got up, immediately falling to the ground due to the lubrication of the body. Damn it, I'm the king of Magnetic Drum Kingdom. If you treat me like this, the world government will not let you go. How dare you say that to the guy who fired first at us? Ziyun shook his head and said, since you caused trouble yourself, you can't blame us for being defeated by us. Damn it, you bastard. Walpo let out a loud cry, struggled to open his mouth wide, and bit towards the ground, wanting to use his fruit-swallowing ability to eat something to restore himself. Seeing that Walpo was planning to slander his courtyard, Ziyun frowned, and quickly came to Walpo, kicking his ugly face. Who gave you the courage to use your ability on my courtyard? Ziyun looked unhappily at rolling on the ground, and the wailing Walpo said, forget it, this guy is worthless. Khalifa, throw him into the sea. Okay, Admiral. After Khalifa answered Ziyun, she walked up to Walpo and kicked him into the sea. As a devil fruit, Walpo quickly sank into the depths of the sea. Admiral, what about that Valpo's ship? Khalifa finished her work and looked back at Ziyun. There are many doctors from Drum Kingdom on that ship. It seems to have been forced by Walpo into his ship, and it is said that almost all the doctors of the Drum Country are there. Anyway, I'm going to visit Magnetic Drum Country next time. Ziyun said, since this is the case, let's take them back. By the way. Ziyun looked back at Drake. Then, Captain Drake, it's time to take out your golden deer. Derek smiled and nodded, came to Ziyun's side, stretched out his hand, and the air in their courtyard gradually condensed into the shape of the golden deer. Well, everyone, let's get aboard. Ziyun turned his head to face his comrades, and after everyone boarded the golden deer, The golden deer that controlled the air slowly sank to the surface of the sea, and Ziyun also quietly dispersed. Vanity's sky garden. Such an island can be lost. Admiral, you really are very mysterious, Khalifa said in surprise. Stay with us, and you will see many great things. Ziyun patted Khalifa on the shoulder. I think you won't regret your decision to join us today, but you will be proud of it. Khalifa looked at Ziyun's confident expression and nodded slightly. Soon after the preparations were completed, Drake steered the golden deer towards Drum Island with all his might, and Fubuki also took the initiative to use his telekinetic power, strengthened by Ziyun, to drag Velpo's ship and the golden deer sail together. Daughter, are you okay? In a dwelling in the magnetic drum country, an adult man was looking anxiously at the little girl on the bed and said. At this moment, the little girl's face was flushed and she was breathing hard. Dad, I'm so sick, I feel my body is so hot. The little girl said sadly. Daughter, don't worry, the doctor is coming soon, just hold on. After the man comforted his daughter, he turned his head to look at Drum Kingdom guard Captain Dalton behind him. Captain Dalton, what should I do? The doctors were taken away by that damn King Welpo. Even if I want to pay a huge amount of money to find the king to treat the child, there is no way. Please persevere. Dalton also said worriedly, there is still a doctor on the island, we can go to her and try. You mean that witch doctor? The adult man said with a look of horror. For that bad witch doctor, the man really doesn't want to get in touch with her. But thinking of his daughter who was sick in bed, the man nodded helplessly. Page 205. Bang, bang. Excuse me, I heard that someone here is sick. Do you need a doctor? While Dalton was discussing with the man, there was a knock on the door outside the house. Doctor. Here doctor. The word. The man immediately. He ran to the door and opened it. Excuse me, are you a doctor? The man looked at the strange man and three women in front of him, and asked anxiously and doubtfully. The doctor's words. Of course there are, said Ziyun, who came to the magnetic drum kingdom after only half a day of sailing with all his strength. This Tsunade over here is a doctor. Ziyun looked at Tsunade and said, as long as you pay a small reward, we promise to treat you. Of course. Please come in, everyone, the reward is not a problem, as long as you can cure my daughter. The man hurriedly welcomed Ziyun and others into the house. Let's go, Ziyun said to Tsunade, Khalifa and Robin, who followed him after arriving on the island. Seeing Ziyun and his party entering the room, Dalton opened his eyes wide and opened his mouth to the maximum. Although he has never seen Ziyun in person, recently he has seen Ziyun's portrait many times in newspapers and reward lists issued by the Navy. I am deeply worried about this big pirate who dared to oppose the Navy and the world government and offered a reward of 43 billion to come back to this kingdom. Dalton looked at the people around him, except for Khalifa, who he didn't know. The other two were people who were offered a reward of million berry by the Navy. Moreover, since Ziyun came to this place, it is very likely that his other companions will also come to this kingdom. Dalton is very puzzled now why Ziyun came to this place. Doctor, this way please. The man pointed to the little girl on the bed. This is my daughter, her body temperature is very hot and can't be lowered. Now there is no other doctor in the kingdom, I hope you can help her. Tsunade nodded, walked up to the little girl, and started diagnosing her. May I ask your excellency to come to this kingdom? What is the matter? Dalton summoned up his courage and walked in front of Ziyun. It looks like you know me. Ziyun turned his head and looked at Dalton. Don't worry, I have no intention of hurting their people of this kingdom. Speaking of which, it was actually an accident that I came to this place. Behind the road, I happened to meet the king of your country. Unfortunately, we were unable to bring him back. Ziyun shook his head and said, what does that mean? Walton asked. He attacked us, and of course I sank him into the sea. Ziyun said with a smile. Hearing Ziyun's words, Dalton immediately. The body tensed up, the whole body tensed up. But even though he was on guard against Ziyun, Dalton didn't hastily pull out the weapon on his back. For a person like Ziyun, he knows that he is not Ziyun's opponent, so he dare not draw out his own weapon, for fear of causing Ziyun's dissatisfaction. Besides, I brought back all the doctors in your country. Ziyun ignored Dalton's warning and continued. Now, everyone has returned to their own homes. In the future, if someone is sick on the island, you can go to them. Page 206. After all, there will be no more kings treating them as their own personal physicians. That's it. Hearing that Ziyun had brought back the doctor, Dalton felt a little more relaxed. Then, so, did you make a special trip to send these doctors to this country? Not really. Ziyun shook his head. Now the king of this country is gone, so naturally a new king is needed. What do you think of me? Ziyun looked at Dalton with a smile all over his face. Forehead. Hearing Ziyun's words, Dalton was stunned, not knowing how to answer Ziyun's words. Well, the little girl is fine now. Tsunade walked over to the girl's father, who was stunned by Ziyun's words. Then, as long as you rest for a while, you will recover naturally. Hearing Tsunade's words, the man came back to his senses and turned to his daughter. Sure enough, I saw that my daughter's condition has improved a lot. and she has fallen into a deep sleep at this moment, even breathing. Thank you, doctor, thank you. Although Ziyun was a little scared, the man was very grateful to the benefactor who saved his daughter. Since the matter has been done, I will leave first. After speaking, Ziyun walked out of the house with the 3 daughters and many more. Seeing the 3 of them leave, Dalton, who reacted quickly, chased out of the house. May I ask if what you said is true? Do you really plan to be the king here? If you disagree, welcome to challenge me. Ziyun looked at Dalton and smiled. If you can defeat me, there is no problem for you to be the king. No, I didn't mean that. I just wanted to ask how you plan to rule this country. Dalton asked worriedly. Well, I want to find a reliable person to help me rule the country, Ziyun said with a smile. After all, I still have to go sailing. As long as you are willing to hang up the banner of our Blue Star, it would be good to find an agent to manage this country. I don't know. Are you interested? Ziyun asked with a smile on his face. Of course, if you are worried that the Navy and the world government will disagree, we will help you stop them. After finishing speaking, Ziyun walked forward with Tsunade and others, out of Dalton's sight. Hi, I'm 3, I'm in Magnetic Drum Island. Just now I found Ziyun and Nicole Robin. Member 3 of Bbook Works reports to phone bugs. Ever since Crocodile, the behind-the-scenes boss of Bbook Works, learned from the news that Ziyun's side possesses a suspected ancient weapon, the King of Heaven, and that Nico Robin was still in Ziyun's hands, he really wanted to get it with Ziyun. Connect. I hope I can get Nico Robin from Ziyun, and help me get the ancient weapon, the King of Heaven. Therefore, Crocodile sent a message to his subordinates very early on, once he saw Ziyun or Nicole Robin, immediately call him to let him know. Now, 3, who happened to be performing tasks in the agency on Magnetic Drum Island, saw Ziyun and Nicole Robin appearing on the island, and notified his boss when he left. Yes, Crocodile, who was in Alabaster, sat down for a moment. You did a good job this time, and I will pay you a considerable amount afterwards. But now, I want you to help me get in touch with Ziyun, you understand? Boss, that Ziyun King is like a monster, just in case, said worriedly. What are you afraid of? Did I tell you to fight him? Crocodile's deep voice reached 3's ears through the phone bug. Still, you want to disobey my order? No, I dare not. Shaking his head quickly, I promise to complete the task, so don't worry. Very well, I look forward to your report. After Crocodile finished speaking, he hung up his phone. Finally found you. Crocodile lay on a sofa. I hope that Ziyun can accept my conditions. Otherwise, we can only take extraordinary measures to take Nicole Robin away. Page 207. This time it really gave me a problem. Looking at the phone bug that was hung up, he scratched his head. It doesn't matter, I still have to complete the task. Just to pass on a message, there shouldn't be any problem. He turned his head to look in the direction of Yun just now, intending to walk over to talk to him. Well, what about people? In 3's eyes, in the direction where Ziyun was just now, only Ziyun's 3 female companions are still there, but Ziyun has disappeared. Are you looking for me? Behind him, Ziyun's voice suddenly came. What? The sudden appearance of Ziyun's voice behind 3 startled him, and he leaned his whole back against the wall behind him. It's you, black-haired Admiral. He looked in horror at Ziyun who suddenly appeared behind him. He didn't find out how Ziyun came behind him just now, that is to say, if Ziyun wants to kill him, there is absolutely no way to stop him. It took a little bit of courage to return to zero in an instant, and the whole body couldn't help shaking. Tell me why you keep watching us. Ziyun waved to Robin and the others, and said to 3, you should be that. From Bbook Works. Do you know us? He said happily that he never thought that a big man like Ziyun would know about them. Looking at Nicole Robin who was walking towards her, she said to Ziyun, actually, it's our business. I just want to help him contact you. I have absolutely no malice towards you. Oh. Interesting. Do you know what he wants from me? Ziyun asked with a little interest. I don't know the specifics, but it seems to have something to do with Nicole Robin, said. That's it. Ziyun nodded. Then, help me contact your boss. I'm interested in chatting with him. Hearing Ziyun's words, he quickly picked up the phone again and called his own. Soon, the call was connected. Hey, boss, I have helped you contact your excellency Ziyun, and he has agreed to talk to you. As soon as the phone was connected, 3 hurriedly said to the phone bug. Hey, what can I do for you? Crocodile of Kyuhai. As soon as he finished speaking, Ziyun grabbed the microphone in his hand and said, Kyuhai. Hearing Ziyun's words, 3 who didn't know his true identity instantly widened his eyes. You know who I am? Crocodile said gloomily. His true identity has been kept very well by himself. He has no idea where Ziyun got it from. You don't need to care about this. I have my own intelligence network. Ziyun said, by the way, the person you really want to find is not me, it should be Robin. Do you want Robin to help you get the weapon? Pluto. He hasn't recovered from knowing his old identity yet, and once again opened his mouth because of the surprised news. You even know this? Kekuda said gloomily. It seems that your intelligence network is very powerful. I'm really here for that. An ancient soldier king, since Nico Robin is in your hands, then I want to cooperate with you. Since you already have the ancient weapon Heavenly King, I believe you will not be too interested in this Hades. Of course, I won't let you lend me Nicole Robin for nothing. If you agree to let Nicole Robin assist. Page 208. Me, I'm willing to help you get more territory, a better territory than that. Dual Island. Oh, really? Ziyun smiled and continued, then what kind of territory do you think is comparable to ancient weapons? Of course not, so I won't just help you get a country. Crocodile said, if I succeed, I'm willing to form an alliance with you. In the future, I will help you obtain countless countries. Presumably, having someone to help you share the pressure from the Navy and the world government will also make your life better. In order to show my sincerity, I'm willing to help you get a country for free first. Look, how about it? Interesting. The country you mentioned may not be Alabasta, Ziyun said with a smile. I really can't hide anything from you, black-haired Admiral. Crocodile said. It's very interesting, Crocodile. I'm in the kingdom of Magnetic Drum Island, and I can reach Alabasta in a short time. Ziyun said, regarding this matter, let's have a good talk in Alabasta. Crocodile, yes, I am looking forward to your arrival. Okay, that's it, see you later. After speaking, Ziyun hung up the phone bug and handed it to 3. By the way, if you know the true identity of your boss, will your boss silence you? Moreover, you also know that Crocodile's purpose is an ancient weapon. Ziyun looked at 3 with a smile on his face. Hearing Ziyun's words, the whole body began to tremble violently, as if he had thought of their scene where he was hunted down by Crocodile. Seeing 3's appearance, Yun smiled, and left this place with Tsunade and 3. Is Musashi fighting? Ziyun raised his head and looked at the 2 huge sword chi that cut off the entire dark cloud in the distance. It seems that a very interesting guest has come to this island. Come on, let's go and have a look. After speaking, Ziyun took the 3 of Tsunade and quickly flew towards the place where their sword energy was generated. This kind of sword energy is worthy of the title of the strongest female swordsman. Hawkeye Mahawk stared fiercely at Musashi in front of him with his most powerful sharp knife. I didn't expect that. I just came to this island to have a meal. Since I can meet you, today is really a good day. Hey, Musashi looked at Mahawk with a displeased face. It's not good to attack me suddenly. If it wasn't for my strength, it would be okay. I was split in half by the sword energy just now. If that's the case, then it can only be blamed on you for getting a title you can't afford. Hawkeye said, come on, since you have the status of the strongest female swordsman, why don't you try to obtain the status of the most powerful swordsman? Hey, since that's the case, I will unceremoniously accept your title of strongest. Musashi raised his knife and pointed at Hawkeye. If you lose, don't be sad. Hee 166. It looks like we've caught up. Just when the battle between Musashi and Hawkeye was about to break out, Ziyun brought the 3 girls to the scene. Let's be a spectator, so we won't disturb your battle. Of course not. Musashi shook his head. It's better to say, Yun, you came at the right time, so you can see the scene where I became a great swordsman. I'm really confident. Hawkeye looked at Musashi seriously. Even if you beat some famous sword masters, you are still not the strongest. It seems necessary to let you understand the vastness of the world. After finishing speaking, a strong sword energy burst out from Hawkeye's body, and their surrounding ground was also cut and shattered by the sword energy on his body. Here comes a strong swordsman. Page 209. Arturia walked out from behind Ziyun. However, it seems that there is no room for me to participate in this battle. Night King Arturia Pendragon? Hawkeye turned his head to look at Arturia, who came here. I heard that you are also a swordsman, and you even defeated Vice Admiral Garp head-on with your sword. Hawkeye raised his knife to Arturia. I am very interested in the sword that can defeat Garp, and I hope to fight with you in the future. Although I also want to fight with you, but Arturia shook her head. Now, you'd better deal with Musashi. She is a very powerful swordsman. Might make your sword cry if you don't take her seriously. With her here, I can't get involved in the battle here. Really, it seems that you have great confidence in her. Hawkeye looked back at Musashi. In this case, let me take a good look at what kind of strength you have, who can be recognized by the swordsman who defeated Garp. Hawkeye raised the knife in his hand. The 12 skills of the supreme sword, Yi. Musashi drew out his own 2 swords and said, then, please give me your advice. As soon as Musashi finished speaking, he quickly rushed towards Hawkeye. Seeing Musashi rushing towards him, Hawkeye lightly waved the saber in his hand, and in an instant, a sword aura that was only a few meters long but extremely fierce pierced the ground and attacked Musashi. Facing Hawkeye's attack, Musashi smiled, raised the sword in his hand and swung it at Hawkeye's sword aura. The sword energy didn't even make any sound, it just disappeared into the air out of thin air. Hawkeye looked at Musashi unexpectedly. Suarang just now was just his random blow, but he has not seen many people who can catch his attacks so easily. Since you can block my blow, then how about that? After Hawkeye finished speaking, he held his own sword in both hands. Yosuke swung their sword several times in the direction of Musashi. In an instant, the green sword energy broke through the ground and attacked Musashi. Facing Hawkeye's attack, Musashi crossed his swords in front of him, and quickly swung his silver-white sword energy to fight Hawkeye's slash. Soon, the few sword chi that Hawkeye swung disappeared into the air. Can such an attack be blocked so easily? Hawkeye said in a little surprise. There are many more than you can imagine. Musashi, who rushed in front of Hawkeye, said quickly, and swung his knife fiercely at Hawkeye. Ding! Hawkeye blocked Musashi's attack with a sword. For a female swordsman, such an amount is rare. Feeling the force of the knife in his hand, Hawkeye said lightly, "Hee, let me show you my well-trained sword skills now." Potential. As soon as the words fell, Musashi quickly swung the two knives in his hands at Hawkeye. Ding, ding, ding. In an instant, the sound of the collision of swords and swords began to resound in the field. Is this the strength of the world's greatest swordsman? Khalifa could not see the movements of the hands of the two people in the field at all, and could only vaguely distinguish their attacks from the unbroken ground around them. I didn't expect that Miyamoto Musashi was able to fight against Hawkeye Bbook. Of course, Ziyun said proudly. So far, Musashi has never used his full strength. Ding. Really amazing swordsmanship. However, I also heard that you have a very special sword skill. Hawkeye pressed the sword in his hand against Musashi's double swords and said, "Tong Tong's sword skills can't defeat me. Why don't you take out your move and give it a try?" Page 210. Yes. Musashi smiled, and exerted force with both hands, temporarily pushing Hawkeye away from him. "In that case, I'll let you see it. But before, I haven't used the move with all my strength. I hope you can catch it well." 3 worships with one knife. This is the blade that breaks through infinity and reaches their realm of zero. Musashi put both swords back into their sheaths, and looked at Hawkeye with a serious face. "The essence of Wulun, let's see it well." Ishna Tanxian. Following Musashi's words, a huge phantom with 4 swords in hand appeared behind Musashi. "Is this the giant you see in the photo?" Hawkeye looked at the giant behind Musashi in surprise. "This is completely different from what you see in the photo. I'm no longer at the scene. I can't feel the concentrated sword intent on this giant at all." Hawkeye looked at Musashi below the giant. It must be said that she is a talented female swordsman who can develop the way of the sword like this. Since this is the case, I can't help but go all out. Hawkeye tightly held the knife in his hands, and the rich green light began to swim on the knife. Hawkeye's knife stimulated circles of airflow, which dispersed towards the entire magnetic drum kingdom, and even the sky became slightly dark. "It's really good, as expected of the most powerful swordsman, so it's worth my full use of the treasure." Seeing the scene created by Hawkeye, Musashi smiled slightly. Putting his hands in front of his body, a huge light began to gather in Musashi's hands, and even the giant behind him turned into a part of the lightsaber. And with the formation of the lightsaber in Musashi's hand, the world behind Musashi was illuminated by it, and everyone in the magnetic drum kingdom stared at the light of the sword. Was it caused by Ziyun and the others? Dalton, who was worrying about Ziyun's acceptance of the drum kingdom, stared at the lightsaber closely. "Hee, I didn't expect to see such a scene in this kingdom." A place in the drum kingdom. Kura took a sip of his wine and said, looking at the lightsaber that lit up half of the sky. "Kura, what the hell is that?" Behind Kura, Chopper looked at the lightsaber with a little curiosity. "The light is so beautiful." "Chopper, things like that are not beautiful." Kura shook her head. "A matter like that, if you just touch it, it will probably kill someone. That should be described as terrible." Joba looked on in surprise. "Kura, are you ready? The world's #1 swordsman." Musashi looked at Hawkeye Bbook with a confident smile. "Here, it has reached empty. After coming to this world, although I have used the treasure twice, but it has not reached the emptiness boundary. That is to say, you are the first person in this world to be hit by this, so don't die." "Am I the first?" Hawkeye held the sword in front of him with both hands. The concentrated green light on their sword reached its peak, and began to erupt continuously. "That's really gratifying. In this case, let me express my respect for your swordsmanship with my strongest blow." The strongest knight. Accompanied by Hawkeye's swing of the knife, a huge green light erupted from Hawkeye's knife, forming a wave of sword energy and rushing towards Musashi. "Empty is nothing. This is a blow that can cut even the thought of no thought. Feel it well." Musashi exerted force with both hands, and the white lightsaber in his hand slammed down towards the flying green sword energy. 2. The moment the attacks of the two parties came into contact, all the sounds disappeared, and only the sword light flickered in the field. Wave after wave of Hawkeye's sword energy kept washing away at the lightsaber in Musashi's hand, but as time passed, Hawkeye's sword energy continued to disappear. But Musashi's lightsaber kept pressing down. "Hey!" Following Musashi's coquettish shout, the speed of the lightsaber's downward pressure suddenly increased, quickly cutting off the green sword energy, and falling towards Hawkeye. Looking at the lightsaber that continued to fall towards him after offsetting his strongest attack, Hawkeye's eyes widened. Page 211. Immediately, raising the knife in his hand and raising it upwards, the domineering halo of the armed color began to continuously appear on the black knife. The silver-white lightsaber fell and disappeared on the ground. 165th World's #1 Swordsman Musashi, for collection. Puff. After the lightsaber disappeared, a huge wound suddenly appeared in front of Hawkeye. A large amount of blood gushed out from it, and his internal organs could be seen faintly, and the blood directly stained the ground under his feet. The politeness attached to Hawkeye's head has also lacked a hole. Cough, cough. Since it's not blocked, Hawkeye said in surprise. At the moment when Musashi's lightsaber passed by his eyes, all he could see was the light of the sword, and the falling of the light of the sword, in his eyes, was more like falling directly into an endless field. A hole opened in the darkness. After that, the pain gradually came from his chest. Ding. This is. Hawkeye strangely turned his eyes to the direction of the sound, but saw his own supreme sharp knife. Part of the top of the knife slipped down. Even you haven't resisted, old man. Hawkeye looked at Dao, who had been with him for many years, and said. Hawkeye raised his head with difficulty and looked at Musashi, who was slowly walking towards him. From this moment on, Miyamoto Musashi, you are the world's #1 swordsman. As soon as he finished speaking, Hawkeye fell to the ground. Tsunade, go help him. Ziyun, who watched the whole battle between Musashi and Hawkeye, said to Tsunade, it's a pity that this guy died. Tsunade nodded, quickly felt in front of Hawkeye, and began to treat him. How about it, Musashi? Doesn't it feel good to be the world's #1 swordsman? Ziyun came to Musashi and gently hugged Tsunade. Hey, it feels pretty good, Musashi said with a smile on his face. This eagle eye is indeed very powerful. He is the first person who made me use my full strength after I came to this world. He is worthy of being there. World's #1 in his comprehension of swordsmanship. The title of swordsman. However, the title is yours now. Ziyun pressed his hands on Musashi's shoulders. Congratulations, Musashi, you are now #1 in the world. I'm proud of you. Hey, thank you, Yun. Musashi said, I am the world's #1 swordsman, and I can also bring fame to you as our leader. I am very happy to be able to do this. After hearing Musashi's words, Ziyun hugged Musashi tightly. Feeling the zero-distance contact, Musashi is also more happy. Let's go and see how Hawkeye is doing. After hugging for a while, Ziyun let go. Musashi took her hand and walked towards Hawkeye. Tsunade, what happened to Mihawk? Standing behind Tsunade, Ziyun asked. Don't worry, this guy won't die. Tsunade stretched out his thumb to Ziyun, with a confident smile on his face. As long as he doesn't die, I can bring this guy back. Now I have given him emergency treatment, and I believe he will wake up in a short time. Well, let's take him to the boat first. Ziyun nodded. Let him leave after he recovers from his injuries. If because of the injuries caused by Musashi, let him die at the hands of a random person. Come on, that would be too bad. In that case, I'll take this guy to the boat first. After speaking, Tsunade raised Hawkeye, took his knife, and walked towards Drake. Page 212. Come on, Drake, now you need to get your boat out. Drake nodded, and walked towards the seaside with Tsunade. What a good swordsman. Artoria came to Ziyun's side and watched Hawkeye being taken away by Tsunade. It's like a man born purely for the sword. Yeah. Nero, who rushed over to feel the fierce battle, said, although I am also a swordsman, I only focus on swordsmanship. On the other hand, I don't think I'm a match for their man with the eagle eyes. Even so, Nero, you still have your own strength. Ziyun said with a smile. Your treasure is also very powerful. This is also thanks to the player who strengthened me during the banquet. Nero smiled and took Ziyun's arm in his arms. Because of your strengthening, I now feel that I am in the only good state I have ever had before. Now, I feel like I can unfold my rose palace in a day. Ha. Nero is really amazing. With his free hand, Ziyun patted Nero's head lightly, and couldn't help stroking the dull hair on Nero's head. Well, of course, he. Nero said happily. Since the things here are over, let's go to that castle to have a look. Ziyun looked at the castle on the top of the mountain and said, as for the castle, I have already invited Scheherazade to visit it just now. Semiramis walked to Ziyun's side. There is no one else there now, and Scheherazade and I have also arranged excellent defensive magic there, which should be useful to you. Of course, since this is the case, then I'll just go and set up a transfer position. Ziyun said, then, I'll go there first. After speaking, Ziyun flew up together with Nero holding his arm, and many more. Just when Ziyun was about to fly away, a voice stopped him. Dalton, it's you. Ziyun said. Do you have anything to do? Hello, Your Excellency, I agreed to your previous proposal, so I want to tell you. Dalton, who has seen the strength of Ziyun's side from afar, does not want to conflict with Ziyun's group because the people in the kingdom disagree with Ziyun's rule. So he intends to become Ziyun's subordinate, and hopes to rely on his popularity among the people in Drum Kingdom make them agree that Ziyun will be their new king. Very good. Ziyun nodded. In this case, you can help me to inform the people of this country first. I think they would be willing to let them escape from that Walpo's rule. At least under my rule, they don't have to worry about getting sick and having to pay a huge price for finding a doctor. After speaking, Ziyun quickly flew towards the castle. 167. That's it. Seeing Lingzai's shifting position in front of him, Ziyun shook his head and said, however, in this way, there will be no devil fruit on him at all. It seems that we need to go to the Navy and the world government again to do business. What? Otherwise, with the territory, there is no way to establish a transfer position, so it will be difficult. Hey, player, with this, we can teleport here from far away, right? Nero said happily as if thinking of something. Does that mean that even if I go to the sea with other companions in the future, I can come to this place for a tryst with the performer anytime and anywhere? That's true. After hearing Nero's words, Ziyun was stunned. In other words, I didn't think that Lingzai's shifting position would have such an effect before. Page 213. With this, I can go on a solo date with any girlfriend. This is really very beautiful to think about. Ziyun looked up at the ceiling with longing. Nero, you are a little genius. Ziyun put his hands on Nero's waist and lifted her up with a little force. Thank you for reminding me. In the future I will build more transfer positions in places suitable for dating. The player is really good. Nero puffed up his face. Obviously I was telling you to have a tryst with me, but you thought of dating another female companion. You are a big carrot. Haha, of course I also want to date Nero. Ziyun smiled. Nero is such a beautiful girl. I'm really looking forward to my date with you. Really? Nero asked happily. Ziyun nodded, and put Nero down. Of course it's true. If you want to, you can call me here anytime in the future. However, let's go and meet up with our partners now. After stabilizing the people in this country, we should almost leave this place. After speaking, Ziyun took Nero's arm and walked out of the castle. Feeling the slight pulling force on Nero's hand, Ziyun looked at Nero suspiciously. Nero, what are you? Runner, you rested in the same room with Anne and Mary last night, didn't you? Nero raised his head and looked at Ziyun with a blushing face. This. Although Ziyun felt that the companions on the boat knew about it, but when Nero directly said it, Ziyun really didn't know how to answer it. I've seen it all. Nero blushed even more. Obviously I said last night that I'm going to find you. Then I saw you with the two of them. Ziyun, you are really serious. You clearly said that you wanted to marry me as a princess, but you have not acted for a long time, and you have made those two bunny girls your princess. First, does the performer like bunny girls that much? Well, I think if the costume of the bunny girl on Nero's boat, it will definitely not lose to Annie and the others. Ziyun said confidently. Besides, Nero must look good no matter what he wears. Just this red rose costume is very beautiful. Really, does this look good? Nero's body began to emit a faint white light. Pieces of white rose petals floated in this space, and the red clothes on Nero's body gradually changed into white wedding dress tights. Really, performer, you are talking. Nero hugged his body gently with both hands, and said shyly, don't keep staring at me. Very, very handsome, Nero. Ziyun walked up to Nero and hugged Nero tightly. Besides, the current Nero is very cute. I like it very much. In this case, let me be the princess of the performer now. Nero raised his head. His eyes were shining brightly. This is the wedding dress I specially prepared for you. How about it? It looks pretty. Ziyun smiled, looked at Nero in white dress and nodded. Player, it's great to meet you. In Ziyun's arms, Nero gently drew circles on Ziyun's chest with his fingers. Thank you for letting me experience the taste of love for the first time. I used to be troubled by government affairs. Now I can be with you as a servant, a woman. I feel really happy and fulfilled. Nero raised his head and looked straight into Ziyun's eyes. A lucky emperor who was able to meet an outstanding brave man in a world far away from Rome. Thank you, Nero. Ziyun held Nero in his arms. Try hard to be a master that makes you proud. Nero gently. The golden sun shines on the sea, and the breeze gently blows the sails of the golden deer. After setting up the Lingzai transfer position on Magnetic Drum Island and handling other affairs, Ziyun led Nero out of the castle, and set sail with his companions again, heading towards Alabaster. And after the incident in the castle, Nero and Ziyun also got closer, often sticking to Ziyun's side, causing Yuan Lagwang to complain. The reason Nero gave was that he was Ziyunxin's concubine, so of course there must be a honeymoon period. Page 214. Of course, Ziyun is also very happy that Nero often hangs on him. Hey, player, this time we go to Alabaster, do we also want to include it in our territory? It is said that it is a desert country. If we take over there, we will be able to meet in the desert anytime and anywhere in the future. Nero said with a look of longing. Just forget it. Ziyun shook his head. The king of that country ruled quite well, I don't want to be like a robber and rob such a person's country. It's so inelegant. I agree with Yun's words. Archeria walked to Ziyun and sat down. If it is a country that is not benevolent, it is a good time to defeat the king there and give it to proper rule. But if, to defeat a benevolent country, such an act is too barbaric, well, that's really a pity. Nero, who was lying in Ziyun's arms, kicked his legs. If that's the case, then this time, let's have a tryst in that desert country one at a time, player. Ah, of course, I'm really looking forward to Nero's desert girl's outfit, Ziyun said with a smile. Seeing Ziyun and Nero getting close, Artoria showed an envious expression. So good, Artoria thought to herself, sure enough, I should be more proactive like Nero. Come on, Archeria Pendragon, you are the king of knights, this matter will not trouble you. Archeria, who cheered herself up in her heart, took a deep breath, and gently leaned her head on Ziyun's shoulder with a flushed face. Sensing Artoria's movement, Ziyun was slightly taken aback. Turning his head slightly, seeing Artoria's flushed face, Ziyun smiled, and quietly hugged Nero and lay on the chair, closed his eyes slightly, and enjoyed the tranquility of this moment. Nero glanced at Artoria slightly, smiled, and followed Ziyun to close his eyes. Ziyun, since you don't intend to occupy the country of Alabaster, why did you promise Crocodile to find him? After Ziyun temporarily separated from Nero and Artoria, Robin came to Ziyun's side and said, although I don't intend to really cooperate with Crocodile, I don't mind going to trouble. Crocodile. Ziyun looked at Robin and said, I don't want people to miss you all the time, Robin. Although I don't think that Crocodile will be able to take you away from me, but it would be nice if I could solve this trouble while sailing. I didn't expect that Crocodile, who is the king of Kibu High, is here, with the idea of ancient weapons. If the world government finds out, he will definitely not let him go. Wearing a black miniskirt with snow-white thighs exposed, Khalifa walked up to Ziyun with a glass of juice and said, however, although he didn't let the Navy and the world government know about it, letting you know, Admiral, also means his ruin. Khalifa, you are well dressed, much better than the plain outfit when I saw you earlier. Ziyun took the juice that Khalifa handed over, looked at the yellow open-breasted waitress and black miniskirt on Khalifa. To be honest, seeing you like this makes me feel, this is what you really feel like. Now the clothes on Khalifa finally match the appearance of Khalifa in Ziyun's impression. Their beauty is full of sexiness. Although Khalifa's dress was equally beautiful before, Ziyun always couldn't match her in their anime. As long as you are satisfied, Admiral. Khalifa pushed up her glasses and smiled confidently. Although you are harassing me, it can make you happy, so my efforts are not in vain. After joining Ziyun, in order to win the favor of her new boss, Khalifa worked hard, studied Ziyun's preferences, and bought a lot of sexy clothes in Drum Kingdom. I hope that by building a good relationship with Ziyun, I can improve my status on the ship. After all, after arriving on the ship, although Ziyun treated her well, some people on the ship were still wary of her. It turns out that you went to buy clothes behind Magnetic Drum Island for this moment. Robin smiled and said, it's a good thing you can buy the summer clothes on that winter island. Although there are mostly some winter clothes there are also some summer clothes. Khalifa said lightly, you should have come with me, there are some clothes that suit you. Really, that's really a pity. Robin said, speaking of which, did you buy a black tights, miniskirt, and net stockings outfit? Ziyun asked Khalifa curiously and expectantly. Ziyun really hopes to see Khalifa's most classic service in the display. Some. Khalifa said slightly surprised, however, Admiral, you wouldn't have peeped at me shopping for clothes, otherwise, how would you know that I have such clothes? Page 215. Maybe, behind you trying on clothes, Ziyun is by your side. Robin held his chin with one hand and said with a smile, sure enough, the Admiral is a very dangerous person. Khalifa raised her eyes, especially for women. I wish I had been there. Ziyun shook his head. Khalifa, if you have time, try changing into that outfit. I think you will look very good in that outfit. Khalifa nodded. Since it is the order of the Admiral, I will definitely replace it later. The Admiral can look forward to it. After speaking, Khalifa smiled confidently, obviously very happy to make Ziyun obsessed with her. Chapter 157 Arriving in Alabaster, 166 and, can be read. Hawkeye, who was lying on the bed in the infirmary of the Golden Deer, slowly opened his eyes. Here is. Hawkeye looked around and found himself in an unknown place. I remember, I was defeated by that Miyamoto Musashi. Hawkeye touched the bandage on his chest. Who saved me? To be able to save me from such an injury, if you think about it, you must be a very extraordinary doctor. Hawkeye got off the bed and looked at his own black knife on the table. Shaking his head slightly, Hawkeye put on his own clothes, solemnly put away the broken tip of the knife, then put the black knife on his back again, and walked out of the room. You're awake, Hawkeye. Seeing Hawkeye coming to the deck of the Golden Deer, Ziyun said with a smile, it seems that you are recovering well. It's you. Hawkeye nodded to Ziyun, and looked at Musashi who was comparing swords with Artoria. So you guys saved me. Why? I think you're not bad, so I'll save you. Ziyan shrugged. If you were hacked to death by Musashi on the spot, I wouldn't have to save you. You survived in the end. Let you, the former #1 swordsman in the world, die. I always feel that it is a bit bad. But, if you save me, I will come to challenge Miyamoto Musashi again. Aren't you afraid that your companion will be defeated by me? Hawkeye looked at Ziyan and said, that also requires you to be able to defeat Musashi. I have great confidence in her. And if you are alive, maybe there will be other swordsmen here who are interested in your sword. Ziyan said. Any other swordsman? Hawkeye looked at Artoria. A strong man who can defeat Garp is definitely not weak in their way of swordsmanship. Are you talking about her, or about your Blue Star, other sword masters? Do you have a lot of sword masters there? Facing Hawkeye's question, Ziyan smiled without saying a word. Hawkeye pulled out his own black knife. Unfortunately, my knife has been broken. Perhaps it can no longer exert its former power. You are Hawkeye. Will you become weak because of a broken knife? Ziyan shook his head. You are not such a person. That even the red hair has not weakened because of a broken arm, so you must be like this. Hawkeye nodded, looked around, and stopped when he saw behind Tsunade. According to the news, you are the ship's doctor. You must have saved me. Hawkeye said solemnly. Thank you. Thanks, there is no need. Tsunade waved. I'm just following Yun's arrangement. Page 216. All in all, thank you. Without your superb medical skills, I would not be able to survive such a wound. Not to mention, the recovery is so fast. Eagle said. Of course, thank you too, Ziyan. Hawkeye looked at Ziyan. Although I will challenge Musashi again in the future, but now, I sincerely want to express my gratitude to you. Let's talk about it later. Ziyan smiled. Right now you can take a good rest on our boat. Although you are much more energetic now, you still need to recuperate. No need. Hawkeye shook his head. I can handle the rest of the injuries myself. At the next island, I'll disembark. All right. Ziyan nodded. Our next destination is Alabaster. Just wait and disembark there. Look. Ziyan pointed forward. Alabaster can be seen now. Not far from the Golden Deer, a kingdom of sand is slowly appearing in everyone's eyes. That's great, player. Nero threw himself on Ziyan. Wait, when we get there, the performer will accompany me to buy clothes for the desert girl. Well, Ziyan nodded. Ziyan turned his head and looked in front of the Golden Deer. At this moment, a huge cat-shaped creature was blocking the front of the Golden Deer. This is the holy beast of Alabaster, the sea cat. Khalifa, who had already changed into the black tights that Ziyan said, explained to Ziyan. This guy is not common. Generally speaking, it is a lucky thing to meet him. Yes, Ziyan tilted his head. However, why do I think it wants to hit our boat? Maybe he just wants to be close to us, Robin said with a smile. Anyway, it must not be allowed near our ship. Ziyan stood up and walked towards the sea cat in the direction of the bow. The Ryatsu from Saraki Kenpaki began to slowly envelope the sea cat. Haimao, who was still approaching the Golden Deer, stopped suddenly and looked at Ziyan in horror. This is the domineering look of the Overlord. Hawkeye looked at the turbulent sea water near Haimao, and said in surprise. Although Ziyan's spiritual pressure did not cover the people on the boat, the spiritual pressure that was slightly leaked around was still felt by Hawkeye. Such a fierce domineering look, even with the red-haired guy. Hawkeye said seriously. Proof of the king. Khalifa stared wide-eyed. What kind of abilities does this man have that he hasn't shown yet? Probably, there are many more. Robin shook his head. At least, I don't know if the person who boarded the ship before you has other abilities. Hey, sea cat. You are in the way, get out of the way. Ziyan opened his mouth and laughed wildly at Haimao. Hearing Ziyan's words, Haimao shook violently, plunged into the water quickly, and swam towards the sea. Hee, Saraki Kenpaki's Ryatsu is really useful, Ziyan thought with a smile. I didn't expect that you actually have the domineering look of a king. Hawkeye walked to Ziyan's side and sighed. However, it's normal for a man like you to have the arrogance of a king. Regarding Hawkeye's misunderstanding, Ziyan smiled. But he didn't explain that what he just used was spiritual pressure, not domineering. Page 217, Chapter 157. The General is young. 166. Reviewed. Is that so? Ziyan has brought Nicole Robin to Alabaster. In the office of a casino in Alabaster, Crocodile said seriously to the phone bug. I didn't expect Ziyan's movements to be very fast. Yes, I saw the Golden Deer land in Alabaster with my own eyes. Bbook's correspondent reported to Crocodile, and after arriving in Alabaster, some of Ziyan's companions broke away from Ziyan's team, and scattered to Alabaster in various directions either alone or in groups. And Ziyan is now with his female companions, and they are visiting various places in Alabaster. Speaking of this, the correspondent couldn't help feeling envious of Ziyan having so many beautiful female companions. Moreover, I also saw Mihawk the eagle-eyed Mihawk of Shikibukai come down from there. Golden Deer. Although he got off the boat, he left alone in one direction. Hawkeye Mihawk, how could that guy have a relationship with Ziyun and his group? After hearing what the correspondent said, Crocodile frowned even deeper. Crocodile took a puff on his cigar. You tell me where they are, and then you can leave. You don't have to follow them all the time. With your level, you will definitely be noticed if you follow them. It will be fine to have unnecessary misunderstandings at that time, and I will find a way to find them. Yes. After hearing the correspondent's answer, Crocodile hung up the phone. It's just this time. Crocodile frowned. In this case, the only thing we can do is find a hidden place to meet them. If they hadn't been in Admiral, Crocodile would still welcome Ziyun's arrival in Alabaster so quickly. However, what Crocodile did not expect was that Admiral Kingsley landed in Alabaster just today. Although Crocodile is not afraid of this person, he also doesn't want to lose his Kyuhai identity by the Navy because of his meeting with Ziyun. Now, Crocodile still needs the identity of Shikai Bukai to bring him convenience. Kingsley, what is the purpose of coming to this country? Crocodile frowned and thought, the matter of Bbook works should be very low-key. He shouldn't be here because of the Bbook works. Hawkeye is also an unstable factor. Crocodile shook his head. Forget it, let's find Ziyun. It's always about seeing each other. Mihawk, why are you here? Admiral Kizun, who walked into a restaurant in Alabaster, looked at Hawkeye who was eating in surprise. Also, what is the scar on your chest? Kizun walked to the opposite side of Hawkeye and sat down. That's right, you, the world's #1 swordsman. Can it be said that there is still someone who can cut a knife on your body like this? The world's #1 swordsman is no longer me. Hawkeye wiped it with a napkin, and said calmly. Kizun frowned. Mihawk, this joke is not funny. I still know your strength. Maybe in the future someone will take away the title of world's #1 swordsman from you, but absolutely not now. Now the swordsman on the sea is still a long way from you. Would you believe me if I said that the swordsman who defeated me came from Ziyun's Blue Star? Hawkeye said lightly. Blue Star? Hearing the word, Blue Star, from Hawkeye's mouth, Kizun's face instantly became solemn. Speaking of which, Kizun's purpose of coming to Alabaster this time is also because he heard that Nicole Robin is at Ziyun's place, and Ziyun's flight route is likely to pass through Alabaster. As the one who let Robin go, Kizun really wants to find an opportunity to chat with Robin to confirm whether she really got into Ziyun's boat. Of course, Kizun knew too. It would be very difficult for me to meet Robin alone, and Ziyun's side is definitely not someone who can easily conflict. I didn't expect Ziyun to have a swordsman who can defeat you. Kizun touched the back of his head in annoyance. Blue Star is really a difficult organization to deal with. Page 218. I'm curious, who is it from? Blue Star, that defeated you. Kizun looked at Hawkeye. Is that the King of Knights? That guy defeated Lieutenant General Garp head on. To be honest, I am very afraid of this king. The King of Knights? Hawkeye put down the wine glass in his hand. She is indeed a very good swordsman, although I have never fought against her. But seeing the scene of her sparring with that person, I know that she is definitely a swordsman who has experienced many battles. Swordsman. Moreover, such sword skills are definitely honed in the battlefield. That person. Kizun scratched his hair. You said that person. Could it be who is the swordsman who defeated you? Kizun urgently needs to know who the swordsman who defeated Hawkeye is, and he must report this to Admiral Sengoku. Now the Navy and the world government attach great importance to Ziyun and his party. It can be said that if there is a chance, the Navy and the world government will definitely take action against Ziyun and others. And now, Blue Star has a swordsman who surpasses the world's #1 swordsman, Hawkeye, which will also have an impact on the deployment of Ziyun and others by the Navy and the world government. Whether it's out of curiosity or to understand the strength of the Drake pirates, Kizun wants to get Hawkeye's answer as soon as possible. That the person who defeated me has long been in the sight of your Navy. Can't you guess who it is? Hawkeye said indifferently. Speaking of which, the reward offered by your Navy for her is still a bit too low. After hearing Hawkeye's words, Kizun thought for a while and said, the swordsman of their Drake pirates. You said Reed. Could it be that Miyamoto Musashi? Hawkeye silently pulled out the black knife behind him and placed it in front of Kizun. Your knife. Looking at Hawkeye's broken black knife, Kizun's eyes widened. I lost to her, as well as this sword. Now the world's #1 swordsman is Miyamoto Musashi. Hawkeye raised his head. That sword that seems to be able to slice through the world is their way of swords that I should pursue. After speaking, Hawkeye stood up and walked outside the restaurant. I don't know what you came here for, but if you want to trouble Ziyun and the others, you'd better think about the consequences. Shaking his head, Hawkeye continued, however, I think I probably don't need to remind you of this. Is the world's #1 swordsman? Sengoku put down the phone bug with a serious face. I didn't expect that. Since Miyamoto Musashi has the strength to defeat Hawkeye Mihawk, the owners have so many powerful combat powers, did you expect them to be at the forefront in terms of swordsmanship? Naval Staff Officer, he said seriously. Warring States, as expected, our previous conjecture was correct. that organization. Every member must not be underestimated. No one knows what kind of strength those Ziyun's partners who haven't made much of a move will have. However, it has to be dealt with. Warring States shook his head. I just got the news that Ziyun actually killed the king of Drum Kingdom, a member of the world government, since they still planted their blue star flag there. The world government is very angry. It has sent several messages and asked our navy to deal with this matter. Then Warring States, what are you going to do? He looked at Warring States. We are not suitable for fighting with them now. I know. Zango nodded. I didn't plan to confront them head on. I just arranged for someone to go to Magnetic Drum Island to pull out the flag Ziyun and the others planted. Those guys think they can rule a place by planting their own flag? Warring States said angrily. Since they are so arrogant that they don't arrange manpower to guard their territory, then I'll let someone go and pull down the flag for him. Warring States, who did you arrange to go? Crane said. Saikulski just happens to be not far from Drum Island, and I've called him to go. Warring States said, although Ziyun and the others didn't leave any manpower stationed there, just in case. They arranged for a powerful navy to go there, so I can feel at ease. I don't know what kind of abilities Ziyun and the others used. As long as the agents of their world government have entered a certain range of the castle of the Magnetic Drum Kingdom, they will disappear in the eyes of outsiders. Knowing that now, none of the people who have entered the surrounding area of the castle have returned. Perhaps, this is why Ziyun dared not to keep anyone on Magnetic Drum Island. He said heavily. Warring States, Sarkarski is impulsive, you need to tell him to be careful. Zango nodded. Don't worry, I have already reminded him of this. Page 219. I hope that Sarkarski can complete this task well. He sighed and said, she felt uneasy in her heart. At the same time, far away from the waters of the Drum Kingdom, the naval headquarters of the Navy, the warship on which Akainu Sarkarski is riding is headed for Drum Island at full speed. The hateful Drake pirates dared to kill the king of the countries that joined the world government, and planned to rule the Drum Kingdom. Sarkarski frowned tightly and said, this time, I will make you pay for your actions. For this organization that has repeatedly made the Navy humiliate in front of the world, Saikulski is very angry. At the same time, he was quite concerned about not being able to participate in the task of begging for Drake pirates. So, for this time, Sarkarski is quite happy to pull out the flag planted in the Magnetic Drum Kingdom. General Sarkarski, in a while, we will be on Magnetic Drum Island. Sarkarski's deputy general walked up to Sarkarski. May I ask what we should do when we get to the island? There are no members of the pirates there, and the one who manages it now is just Xiaodun, who joins Ziyun's command later. That Dalton was originally from the Magnetic Drum Kingdom, and he will join Ziyun's command, most likely because he was threatened by Ziyun and others. No matter what, compromising with pirates is a felony, Sarkarski said seriously. Dao did not. When I get there, I will execute this person in public. This will prevent similar situations from happening in the future. As for that man-eating castle, I will destroy it too. As he said that, billowing magma burst out from Sarkarski's fist, and the temperature around him also began to rise rapidly. Player, look, does my outfit look good? Nero, who had changed into a desert dancer costume, ran to Ziyun and said happily. Of course it looks good. Ziyun nodded to Nero. Didn't I say that no matter what clothes Nero wears, they will definitely look good? Thank you for the performer. Hee. Hearing Ziyun's words, Nero hugged Ziyun happily. Boo boo boo, boo boo boo. Ziyun took out the calling bug from his arms, and connected the phone. This is Ziyun. Your Excellency Ziyun, I am Dalton. Dalton's anxious voice came from the phone. It's like this, a group of Marines have landed in Drum Kingdom, and Admiral Akainu is among them. I got information that they are now asking for my location. I would like to ask Your Excellency Ziyun, what should I do now? The Navy's actions are quite fast. Ziyun was a little surprised. Dalton, you should stay away from the Navy now, soon there will be my companions passing by. Hearing Ziyun's words, Dalton heaved a sigh of relief when he thought of Ziyun's group's mysterious abilities. Alright, Your Excellency Ziyun, I'm already in a very secret place. However, I've heard that those navies seem to be directly planning to destroy the Drum Kingdom's castle. Therefore, I hope your companions can come here as soon as possible. Don't worry, Dalton, my companion will arrive at the Kingdom of the Drum in a moment. After Ziyun gave Dalton an affirmative answer, he hung up the phone. So, everyone, is there anyone who wants to go? Ziyun looked around at the female companions around him. I'll go, Artoria said first. If the opponent has only one general, it is enough for me to go alone. So be it. Ziyun is still very confident about Artoria's handling of Akainu in the past. Then Drake, please take out the golden deer and send Aaliyah there. Drake nodded and summoned the golden deer. Soon, Archeria arrived at the castle of the Magnetic Drum Kingdom via the linked sign on the golden deer. After Drake dispersed the golden deer, Artoria also disappeared in front of everyone's eyes. Page 220. Is this similar to Bruno's Doorfruit ability? Khalifa, who was at the scene the entire time, saw Archeria disappear and said in surprise, "It turns out that Captain Drake's golden deer still has such abilities." "This is not the ability of my golden deer." Drake shook his head. "If you want to know, it's better to ask Yun directly. Didn't you say before that you bought a lot of sexy clothes and plan to increase the distance between you and Ziyun? If you show Ziyun some bolder clothes, maybe he will tell you." "Yes, Cloud." Drake poked Ziyun with his elbow and said, "For this." Ziyun silently gave Drake a thumbs up. Seeing Ziyun's thumb, Drake also gave a thumbs up with a smile, as if to say, "How about my assist, Yun?" 6. That fellow Dalton, is he hiding? Hearing the report from his own soldiers, Ainu frowned and said, "It doesn't matter if you keep going to Dalton and asking the people of this country, even if you're a little bit tougher. I'm going to deal with that castle directly." "Yes, Admiral Ainu." All the sailors answered in unison. Just as Ainu was about to head towards the castle, a figure shining blue fell from the sky in front of Ainu. "That is the King of Knights who defeated Lieutenant General Garp." "How is it possible? How could she appear here? Didn't she and Ziyun leave this place together?" Seeing Archeria's figure suddenly appear, the sailors said in panic. For the person who defeated the naval hero Garp, even with Admiral Ainu by his side, they can't give them too much confidence. "General Ainu, what should we do now?" A sailor said to Ainu, "If the King of Knights is here, will there be other members of the Drake pirates here? Should we withdraw first?" "To shut up." Hearing the sailor's words, Ainu turned around and punched him heavily. "I don't need such a timid soldier." The soldier who was punched by the red dog immediately flying backwards, it seemed that he would not be able to survive. Seeing the situation of this soldier, others are still there. A round of sea soldiers immediately fell silent. "Even kill your own soldiers?" Archeria frowned and looked at Ainu. "You are not suitable to be a general like this." "HMPH, timid soldiers will only affect morale." Ainu said disdainfully, "Such a person is not worthy of being a navy." "Even so, there's no need to kill him." Archeria shook her head. "You, a wanted criminal, don't need to talk about the affairs of our navy." Ainu clenched his fists and walked towards Archeria. "Since we met here, I will take you down. I want to see how strong the sword that can defeat Lieutenant General Garp is. In this case, let you take a good look at my sword." Archeria clasped her hands in front of her body, and a rich golden light emerged from her palms, spreading upwards quickly. Soon, the sword of promised victory shining with golden light appeared in front of Ainu. "Mighty dog." Seeing the special sword appearing in Artoria's hand, Ainu quickly swung his fist towards Artoria. Accompanied by Ainu's punch, magma spewed out from his fist quickly, and Ainu's lava-talking arm was also facing Artoria. Page 221. Rushed over quickly. The snowflakes along the way were already melted into mist before they could get close to Ainu's fist. Facing Chigu's attack, Artoria raised her hand and swung it horizontally. A light blue wind barrier appeared beside her, directly blowing away Chigu's magma fist. "Is it useless? How about this trick?" Seeing that his previous attack was ineffective, Ainu jumped into the air and stretched out his arms. The arm stretched out by Ainu melted quickly, turning into a giant lava fist. Accompanied by the roar of a volcanic eruption, the lava fist formed by Ainu quickly smashed towards Artoria. Attacking towards the ground like this red dog didn't think about the safety of their surrounding subordinates and people at all. Archeria frowned thinking, "I won't let your attack fall." Archeria raised the sword of the vowed victory in her hand, and the dazzling brilliance shone. Following Artoria's forward stab, the radiance on the sword quickly met the falling lava fist. It was still there just now. The falling lava fist was immediately swallowed by the golden light and disappeared into the sky. Hateful. Seeing the strong light coming towards him after the attack that devoured him, Ainu squinted his eyes, used the moon cloth to dodge forward quickly, and avoided Altria's attack. "Die, King of Knights." The dog gnaws at the red lotus. The red dog that came up to the sky above Artoria with moon steps stomped hard on the air, and quickly fell towards Artoria. As his arm fell, magmas gushed out continuously, and the magma quickly condensed into a dog-head-shaped arm biting the sword of vowed victory that Artoria held high. In Ainu's heart, a large part of Artoria's strength must be related to the sword in her hand, so he plans to destroy the sword of vowed victory in Artoria's hand first. Seeing the movement of the red dog, Artoria smiled lightly, ignored the attack of the red dog, raised the long sword and stabbed fiercely into the dog's head formed by the dog biting the red lotus. Seeing his own attack bit Artoria's sword, before Ainu could be happy, the sword had already pierced towards Ainu himself through the dog nibbling the red lotus. Ainu stepped on the air and quickly dodged to the side. But although Ainu reacted in time and dodged Altria's sword, his arm was still slightly cut by the blade. Diandian's blood fell to the ground after Ainu dispersed the magma. "Is there nothing wrong with that sword?" Akagi thought solemnly. "You didn't use the armed color domineering, but it can hurt my elemental body." "Your sword is really special," Ainu said with a serious face. "In this case, Let's see if your sword can block this move. Meteor volcano. The red dog growled loudly. 7. Thick magma poured out from Ake Ainu's hands continuously, and was launched into the air by Ake Ainu. Soon, the magma launched into the air formed red fists with thick flames and high temperature, thinking of falling to the ground centered on Artoria. What is that? Meteor. It's a meteor. Run. The meteor is falling. Seeing the meteor fire rain falling from the sky, the ordinary people nearby screamed and ran around, wanting to get out of the attack range of the meteor fire rain. You bastard, are you planning to destroy this town together? Seeing the meteor shower covering many residential areas, Artoria frowned fiercely. Are you, like this, the navy that protects the people? Faced with such an attack, the blue and gold scabbard Avalon gradually appeared in front of Artoria. HMPH, since they have surrendered to the pirates, they are no longer innocent people. Ake Ainu looked serious. It's okay to give some punishment to such a person. It doesn't matter whether they were forced to join or voluntarily. Such a person can be called a just navy. Artoria shook her head. You don't take the lives of ordinary people seriously. Your behavior is not just at all. Page 222. I won't let you mess around, Ake Ainu. Artoria slowly inserted the sword in her hand into the scabbard Avalon in front of her. Since Yun checked his own flag here, I will not let you hurt the people of this country at will. Shine, Avalon. Now is the time to show your brilliance to this world, distant utopia. Accompanied by Artoria's sweet drink, a strong white light emerged from Avalon, instantly covering the area covered by the meteor fire rain centered on Artoria. In the strong light, ordinary people and navy soldiers closed their eyes instantly. Even the mighty Admiral Ake Ainu narrowed his eyes slightly after persisting for a while. The light came and went quickly. In less than a few seconds, all the white light retreated into Avalon. This is. Ake Ainu opened his eyes again and scanned the sky in surprise. He found that there was no shadow of his own meteor fire shower on the sky at this moment. As if they had never appeared before, Ake Ainu looked at the scabbard that was emitting a strong light with serious eyes. Not only the sword, but even the scabbard is special. Ake Ainu stared at Artoria, thinking in his heart, the weapons these guys from Blue Star hold are too special. We must not let them go. I want to see how many attacks your scabbard can withstand. Ake Ainu jumped into the air, and his whole body turned into billowing magma. The magma continued to expand, and in a blink of an eye, the lava boulders that covered most of the town appeared in the sky above the magnetic drum kingdom. The snowflakes couldn't get close to the red dog that turned into a lava boulder. When they were far away from the red dog, the snowflakes were all gasified, forming a thick fog around their red dog. Accompanied by billowing white mist, the lava boulders fell down suddenly. The high temperature of the lava combined with its own quality and speed, if it really falls in their drum kingdom. On the vast land, most of the towns will be directly destroyed, and other places on Magnetic Drum Island will also produce great vibrations. Your navy needs to be intimidated. Artoria raised the sword of the Oath of Victory in her hand. Golden light began to emerge from the blade of the holy sword, and even the ground under Artoria's feet. They surround Artoria, as if to express their respect for the King of Knights. That is, after Ake Ainu's adjutant arranged for the soldiers to retreat temporarily, they stayed behind. But he who was still here was deeply shocked when he saw Artoria surrounded by golden light. Such a scene. It is simply the light that only the purest king can have. The red dog who turned into lava naturally felt the golden light surrounding Artoria. However, he didn't pay much attention to those dots of golden light. All his attention was focused on the golden beam of light constantly erupting on Artoria's sword. His knowledgeable domineering is constantly reminding him that the golden light is very dangerous, hateful. Ake Ainu shook his head, did not change his falling route, but fell towards Artoria at a faster speed. Come on, let's get to know you, Ake Ainu. Artoria raised her head and looked at Ake Ainu, who was falling with intense heat. Gather there. Breath of the stars in the sky. The rush of brilliant life. Let's take it, Ake Ainu! Artoria slammed the sword of the Oath of Victory in his hand towards Ake Ainu. The golden sword. Light shot out from the end of the sword that Artoria swung down like a laser, and rushed towards Ake Ainu at an extremely fast speed. Under the flying sword light, the distance that was not far away turned to zero in an instant. Although Ake Ainu's lava is very hot, his lava is constantly being melted in the face of the energy released by the golden sword light. Damn it, how could there be such power? That sword. Ake Ainu looked at the golden light that broke through the lava shell outside his body, and roared loudly. The next moment, Ake Ainu was covered by Artoria's treasure. General Ake Ainu. Looking at Ake Ainu covered by the light, the adjutant shouted anxiously, and the people of Magnetic Drum Kingdom saw that the holy light wiped out the falling lava boulder, and they knelt on the ground excitedly, praying devoutly to Artoria. Hateful. Although he was shocked by Artoria's sacred light just now, but seeing the golden light that seemed to reach straight into the sky, covering his own officer, the adjutant was still extremely anxious. The golden beam of light lasted for a minute before slowly dissipating in the air, and with the disappearance of the beam of light, the scarred red dog appeared in the eyes of their adjutant. Page 223. At this moment, He has already been brought to the sea beyond the magnetic drum kingdom by the golden sword light. As soon as the red dog appeared, his eyes turned white, and his mouth grew straight down towards the sea below. Seeing Akainu, who seemed to be unconscious, the adjutant hurried to the coast, hoping to save his officer. At the same time, the Navy soldiers who had left before Artoria made a move rushed towards the direction where Akainu fell. When the Marines felt where Akainu had fallen, he had already begun to sink into the depths of the sea. The Navy, who did not see the red dog on the sea, quickly plunged into the sea, looking for the trace of the red dog. After searching for a period of time, they were lucky enough to find the red dog in the sea and quickly rescued him from the water. Adjutant, what should we do now? Looking at the seriously injured and unconscious Akainu, the sea soldier asked negatively. Even General Akainu has been defeated. Do we still have to carry out the mission now? Come on, let's get out of here quickly. The adjutant shook his head. General Akainu is in a coma, and we can't defeat the Night King and complete the mission assigned to us by the Marshal. The most important thing now is to bring Admiral Akainu back to the Navy headquarters safely. Yes, Adjutant. After the sea soldier saluted, he planned to turn around and prepare to leave. You can go, but Akainu must stay. Artoria suddenly appeared behind the adjutant, and said calmly. Hearing the words behind him, the adjutant quickly turned around and looked at Artoria with a look of horror. He didn't dare to underestimate this beautiful girl at all. For him, this is an absolutely powerful person who can defeat the naval hero Garp and Admiral Akainu. Regardless of the vigilance of everyone in the Navy, Artoria went straight to Akainu, who was lying on the ground, lifted him up, and walked towards the castle. Although the Marines drew their knives or pointed their guns at Artoria, they still dared not attack Artoria. What are you going to do with General Saikulski? The adjutant drew out the knife at his waist and pointed at Artoria and asked. Since you have invaded our territory, you will naturally need to be punished. It is very normal to be a prisoner for us after losing the war. Artoria walked straight forward. However, it's still up to Xian to decide how to make trouble for him. Damn it, you are not allowed to take away General Saikulski. Shoot them all. Although he knew that he and the others were not Altria's opponents, but as the Navy and Akainu's adjutant, he absolutely did not allow himself to do nothing and let his chief be taken away. After ordering the sailors to attack, the adjutant also rushed towards Artoria with a knife in hand. Boom, 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 boom. The sailors with guns all fired at Artoria. The bullets left the barrels and flew towards Artoria quickly. But when the bullets reached around Artoria's body, they were all blocked by the wind barrier that suddenly appeared. At the same time, Artoria did not stop her footsteps. Seeing that the bullet attack had no effect, the adjutant behind Artoria stabbed her fiercely with his knife. Artoria, who was carrying the red dog, quickly turned around and waved the sword of victory in her hand. With a flash of cold light, a large amount of blood spurted out from the adjutant's chest. Looking at the lieutenant lying on the snow, Arya looked up at the other, slightly trembling. Sailors, if you don't want him to die, take him to the doctor immediately. By the way, you can also ask your superiors if you want to continue to attack me. Seeing fresh adjutants lying on the snow ground, the rest of the Navy finally did not attack Artoria. Some people began to rescue the adjutant, and at the same time, the correspondent quickly reported to the superior what happened in the Drum Kingdom. Warring States, why do you look serious? At Navy headquarters, Garp walked into Sengoku's office with a bag of senpai. Isn't it because I took your senpai? Don't be so stingy. Warring States, we have worked together for so many years. Garp took out a senpai from the bag and handed it to Sengoku. Take it, don't say I didn't leave it for you. Bastard Garp, it turns out that you took my senpai. Page 224. Sengoku snatched a bag of senpai from Garp's hand, and left the one that Garp handed over to Garp himself. I took this to eat when I was resting, and you took it away without saying hello to me. TCH, you are still so stingy, Garp said after swallowing the only senpai in his hand unhappily. You. Seeing Garp being so thick-skinned, Sengoku raised his finger angrily and pointed at Garp. Oh, forget it. Sengoku shook his head and sat back on his seat. Garp, Sakazuki has been arrested. What did you say? Garp picked out his ears and looked at Sengoku suspiciously. I say, Saikulski is under arrest. Zango said solemnly. I asked him to go to Magnetic Drum Island to perform a mission, but I didn't expect that the King of Knights, who had already left Magnetic Drum Island, suddenly appeared on the island. She defeated Saikulski, and now Saikulski is our prisoner. It's that guy. Garp remembered the battle scene between himself and Artoria. What are you going to say next, Sengoku? Anyway, now we need to contact Xian and the others, and Sakazuki must be redeemed, Sengoku said seriously. Besides, according to the Navy who went with Sakazuki, that night King used a different power than you did when he was fighting. Strong defensive ability and strong attack ability. The King of Knights relied on this ability to directly obliterate Sakazuki's attack and severely injured him. And this seems to have something to do with the sword and scabbard of the King of Knights. After finishing speaking, Warring States explained the abilities displayed by Artoria to Garp in detail. That's it. I didn't expect that besides powerful sword skills, she also has such abilities. Could this be the treasure that Ziyan and the others are talking about? Garp couldn't help but think of the treasure mentioned by Ziyan and others on Duel Island. Word. Judging from the current intelligence, many of Ziyan's partners possess quite terrifying weapons. Warring States said, whether it is the sword of the Night King or the Sky Fortress of their Assyrian Queen, it can probably be attributed to what they call the treasure. I don't know where those guys got these things from. Warring States shook his head. Now that Ziyan and others are in Alabaster, I plan to let Kizan try to contact Ziyan, and let him ask the King of Knights to bring Sarkarski back. It seems that we have to give them something again. Garp shook his head. However, I think it's good to let Kizan contact them. At least with Kizan's temper, there will be no unnecessary disputes. After my contact with Ziyan, if they don't attack or provoke them, there is a high probability that they won't do anything. I hope so. Warring States said. After 2 large-scale battles with Ziyan's Drake pirates, although Sengoku agrees with Garp's words, Sengoku still has some concerns about whether Ziyan is willing to have an honest dialogue with Kizan. 65. That fellow Sarkarski was captured by the King of Knights. Kizan was surprised, but, Sengoku Marshal, from the conversation between me and Hawkeye, that Night King should have come to Alabaster with Ziyan. Perhaps, Ziyan and the others used some means to hide the trail of the Night King. Warring States said, no matter what, I hope you find an opportunity to talk to Ziyan and their others, and redeem Sarkarski. Although you say that, there is nothing in me that Ziyan and the others are interested in. Kizan scratched his hair. Perhaps, they are very interested in capturing me. If they really want to do something to me, Marshal of the Warring States period, you can order to redeem me. Okay, Kizan, you act according to the situation. Sengoku continued. It just so happens that some devil fruits confiscated from pirates are kept in the naval base near Alabaster. At that time, can you exchange them for Sarkarski? Page 225. These devil fruits are not very strong devil fruits. It can be said that they are used for performance and are more suitable for combat. If they can be used to exchange for Sarkarski with Ziyan and others, we will not lose money. A devil fruit for performance, Kizan said in embarrassment. Can Ziyan and the others agree to such a thing? Those geese seem to be very casual about other devil fruits except for the natural and phantom devil fruits. Warring States explained, among the fruits that were traded to them, there were many weak ones, but they still agreed to the deal. Therefore, using these devil fruits to exchange for Sarkarski has a great success rate. Okay, since that's the case, then I'll try. Kizan replied. Then, I'll leave it to you, Kizan. Warring States nodded. It's best to return to Sarkarski, but you must also ensure your own safety. After explaining the matter, Zango hung up the phone. It's really an incredible task. Ku sighed in admiration. Forget it. Anyway, I plan to talk to Robin. With this task, I can talk to Robin in the name of a deal. Then let's go now. Thinking of this, Kuzan stood up from his seat in the restaurant and began to look for Ziyan and the others. It looks like you caught a big fish. Seeing Archeria and Sarkarski jumping off the golden deer in the desert, Ziyan couldn't help but his eyes lit up. Now you can blackmail again, right? I'm asking the Navy for a ransom. For Sarkarski's appearance, Ziyan is pretty good. You must know that Ziyan doesn't have a single devil fruit in his hand now, and catching their red dog naturally means that Ziyan can get a new devil fruit from the Navy. However, people who have not obtained the right to transfer spirit suns can also be driven by those who have obtained them. I never thought of that before. Ziyan feels in his heart. The guy from the system didn't even remind me of this. Leah, thank you for your hard work this time. Smiling at Artoria, this guy must have caused a scene on Magnetic Drum Island. I'm glad I could do something for you, Yun. Artoria shook her head. However, this guy is indeed a crazy guy. He started his hands, completely disregarding the safety of his own people and ordinary people. Presumably, you also gave him a hard lesson, right? Ziyan looked at the wound on Sarkarski's body and said, however, for this guy, there is no need for treatment, so let's lock him with Sea Tower stone chains. After speaking, Ziyan took out the Hyalu stone chain from the king's treasure, and controlled the chain with telekinetic power to trap the red dog. After doing all this, Tsunade automatically stepped forward, performed the sealing technique, and sealed Akaina in the scroll. After throwing the scroll with the red dog seal that Tsunade gave him into the space of king's treasure, Ziyan and his female companions continued to play. Ziyan, that the guy who always follows us, don't you need to get rid of it? The tornado sitting on Ziyan's shoulder turned slightly to look in one direction. That guy has been following us for a while. That guy should be Admiral Kingsley. Ziyan smiled and said. Ziyan, who is proficient in telekinetic power, was naturally aware of being followed, but when he felt that the person following him and others was Admiral Kingsley, Ziyan didn't intend to immediately expose him. Next, we are going to meet with Crocodile. You said, if the matter of my meeting with Crocodile is found out by the Navy, what will the Navy think of Crocodile? Ziyan smiled and asked Tornado. I don't care. It's just that I don't like being followed by such a person. I can kill him. Tornado said. Long Wan doesn't like having enemies always following him when he gets along with Ziyun. Be patient a little bit. Ziyun pressed the snow-white thigh exposed by the tornado on his shoulder. Anyway, the crocodile is here, isn't it? Looking at Crocodile walking slowly ahead, Ziyun couldn't help but raise his mouth. Page 226. Plaza, follow me. Crocodile, who walked slowly, said softly beside Ziyun and the others. Hearing Crocodile's words, Ziyun smiled lightly, and led his companions to follow Crocodile's. Looking at Ziyun and the others who were walking towards Crocodile, Kuzin frowned slightly. What purpose do they have to keep up with Crocodile, and that fellow Crocodile should not know Ziyun and his party appearing in front of them like this? Could it be that there is a connection between them? Kuzin stared closely at the backs of Ziyun and Crocodile, hesitated for a moment, and quickly followed Ziyun and others and Crocodile who were advancing. 987. I would like to speak with you and Nicole Robin alone, if possible. In an empty building, Crocodile stopped his footsteps and looked at Ziyun and his party. That won't do. Ziyun shook his head. I have no reason to let my companions avoid it for you. Let me tell my companions in front of me about the ancient weapons mentioned last time and the matter of giving me the right to rule Alabasta. Ziyun looked around. However, Sand Crocodile really knows how to find a place to negotiate, and he actually found such a place to talk. You can't even find a place suitable for talking. This makes me doubt whether you can find ancient weapons and help me capture the territory. Ancient weapons. Capture the territory. Kuzin, who was hiding not far away, frowned tightly. This is really great news, Kuzin thought to himself. Now, Admiral Kingsley is in this country, and I don't want to let him know about our cooperation. I hope we can talk about what we said last time as soon as possible. Crocodile said. You lend me Nicole Robin, and I'll help you capture territory. As for Alabasta, you can rest assured that my men are already at work in various parts of their country. As long as I give the order, it won't take long for this country to become something in your hands. That won't do. Ziyun shook his head. I don't worry about lending you Nicole Robin. What do you mean, Ziyun? We had a good talk last time. I will give you Alabasta as a gift, and after I get the ancient weapon, Pluto through Nicole Robin, I will help you capture more countries. Are these not enough? Crocodile frowned. Ziyun smiled and looked towards a wall. He said that. What do you think about this, Admiral Kingsley? After hearing Ziyun's words, Crocodile widened his eyes and looked in the direction Ziyun was looking at. Yeah, it looks like I've been discovered. Under Crocodile's gaze, Kuzin's voice came from outside the wall. After being discovered by Ziyun, Kuzin did not intend to continue hiding. In his heart, anyway, it was because Sarkarski was in contact with Ziyun, so playing now did not change much for him. Kuzin put his hand on the wall in front of him. Light blue ice cubes began to appear on the white wall, and within a short while, a large piece of the wall turned into ice. Kuzin exerted a little force, and the icy wall shattered, revealing himself to Crocodile. Kuzin, it's really you. Seeing the ice spreading just now, Crocodile knew that he had been tricked by Ziyun. You bastard, what good does it do you? Are you an enemy? Crocodile shouted loudly at Ziyun. Don't tell me you guys want to occupy ancient weapons. Who told you to miss my Robin? Ziyun shook his head. Besides, I'm not very interested in the ancient weapon you mentioned. Pluto. Page 227. Since you called me, I'll take care of you by the way. Hateful. Crocodile roared. Shalan. Crocodile quickly condensed a storm of sand in his hand, and threw it towards Ziyun and their others, and he himself broke through the wall behind him, and quickly fled towards the distance. Crocodile knew deeply that he was definitely no match for Ziyun and his party. Coupled with the fact that King Zi, who heard his secret, was also here, he needed to escape even more. Damn Ziyun, I will never let you go. Crocodile, who was running away, thought viciously. It actually caused me to lose my identity as Shikibukai. One day, I will make you regret your first behavior today. On Ziyun's side, he saw the sandstorm that was approaching and getting bigger and bigger. Chuxu blocked Ziyun's front, facing the increasingly violent sandstorm. Fubuki calmly raised his right hand and shook it lightly. It was still there just now. The crazily spinning sandstorm immediately it dissipates in the air. Ziyun, leave that guy to me to deal with. Fuxu said to Ziyun. After seeing Ziyun nodding, Chuxu immediately flew in the direction where Crocodile escaped. After Chuxu flew away, Tornado also slept on the excuse of worrying about Chuxu, left Ziyun's shoulders, and followed closely behind Chuxu. Then, it's time to say why you followed us, Admiral Kingsley. After seeing Fuxu and Tornado flying away, Ziyun turned to Kuzin and said, I heard that your companion, the King of Knights, captured Sarkarski in the Drum Kingdom not long ago, and I am here to negotiate on behalf of the Navy. But Kuzin turned his head to look at Archeria who was beside Ziyun. It seems that this King of Knights is not in the Drum Kingdom right now. You don't need to understand that, Kuzin. Ziyun said, since you are here to negotiate on behalf of the Navy, you must have brought the ransom for the negotiation. The Navy has already sent warships with devil fruits to head towards this country, and it won't take long to get back here. Kizin said, I'm here to find you now, and I also want to discuss this matter with you. Very good, then I need 5 devil fruits this time. Give me 5 devil fruits, and you can bring back the red dog, Ziyun said with a smile. 5. Kizin's eyes widened. Is your increase this time too high? There is only one person in Sarkarski, and he asked for 5 devil fruits at once. This is much higher than before. This time, I didn't ask you for Bailey. Did I? Ziyun shrugged. Recently, I'm not short of money, so now I only accept devil fruits as trading items. If this is the case, then of course the number of devil fruits traded will also increase. Plus, that guy Akainu is randomly messing around in my territory, planning to destroy my territory and kill ordinary people in my territory. All this much is also a punishment for this red dog general. Also let you know, do things, don't go too far. 98. About your request, I will report to Marshal Warring States. Kizan shook his head and said helplessly, now we don't have so many devil fruits here. I need to apply to the higher authorities. It doesn't matter, we are in no hurry to leave the country anyway. Ziyun smiled, they are also admirals. You guys are much easier to communicate with than Akainu. If you were caught by us when you went to the Magnetic Drum Kingdom to perform a mission, I probably wouldn't want so many devil fruits. Of course, if you are reluctant to part with the devil fruit, you can also give up the red dog. Anyway, there are so many powerful people in your navy, if you abandon a general or something, it will not be affected much. If I go to Magnetic Drum Island, will I be arrested too? This is really difficult. Kizin scratched his head. If our navy had the capital to abandon an admiral at will, there would be no pirates in this sea long ago. Page 228. Moreover, facing you Drake Pirates and Blue Star, we won't be so passive anymore. You are quite honest. Ziyun waved his hand. Since we are here to negotiate, we won't fight you this time. You leave here now, and after you get enough devil fruits, come to us. And many more. Hearing Ziyun's order to evict the guest, Kizin quickly called out, I have a question to ask. Nicole Robin, I hope you can agree. Hearing Kizin's words, Ziyun turned to look at Robin behind him, and after seeing Robin nodding slightly, Ziyun agreed to Kizin's request. Nicole Robin, I want to ask you, now, have you found your real companion? Kizin stared at Robin and asked. Yes, now I have found my true companion. From now on, I will always follow Ziyun on this sea, facing the admiral who once let him go. Robin said seriously. Is this your decision? Kizin shook his head. I didn't expect to let you go before, but let you go with such a dangerous person. Then, will you also use your archaeological knowledge to bring news of ancient weapons to Ziyun? Thinking of the ancient weapon mentioned by Crocodile just now. The Hades, Kizin said with a serious face. If Ziyun needs it, I'm willing to share the news of ancient weapons with him. Robin's expression was equally serious. The last question, is that the air fortress held by Semiramis, is it really the ancient weapon you helped them obtain? The Heavenly King? Kizin said. Sorry, Kizin. Robin shook his head. This is beyond the scope of the question I want to answer. That's it, Kizin said. Since you don't want to answer, forget it. Since the question has been asked, take you now. Ziyun walked in front of Robin, blocking Kizin's view of Robin. As for Robin's question, after I've already asked her, I won't ask her any more unnecessary questions. Kizin looked at Ziyun. However, there is one more thing I want to ask you. What's the matter? Tell me. He waved his hand and said. What are you going to do with Crocodile? Kizin said with a serious face. Why? After hearing what Crocodile said just now, do you still care so much about your Shikibukai? Ziyun said. Although he has done something that doesn't fit his Kibukai's identity, he is still Kibukai now. So, I want you to hand Crocodile over to us. Kizin said. Is it for the face of your navy? Ziyun smiled. If Crocodile, the Kyuhai, is defeated by us, we will lose face to your navy. But I'm sorry, my companions have already gone to deal with Crocodile, so I can't let you disturb my companions at this time. Of course, you can also try to steal people from us, and I will not bully you. I can only let one companion fight with you. If you win, I can give Crocodile to you, but if you lose, you have to let the warring states redeem people. Of course, you can also choose to fight with me. In addition, you can't choose Robin and Khalifa to fight with you, but for other people, you can choose at will. However, you can rest assured that even if you are defeated, since this battle was not caused by our conflict, I will only ask your navy for 2 devil fruits. However, the premise of all this is based on the fact that Crocodile has not been resolved by my companions, so you have to make a decision quickly. Kingsley, I need to report this to Marshal Warring States, so I hope you will wait for a while. After hearing Ziyun's words, Kingsley walked out of the room while talking, and dialed the phone number of the Warring States in the Navy headquarters. Marshal of the Warring States. It's me, Kingsley. Page 229. On the Alabaster side, I want you to report something. After Kingsley finished speaking, she reported Crocodile and Ziyun's request to Warring States. Well, although 7 devil fruits are not a small amount, at least Ziyun didn't ask for Bailey. This time, which saved our navy a lot of military expenses. Zango said, and this is also beneficial for us to understand Ziyun's combat power. After all, if Ziyun wants a devil fruit, he will never hit hard. And he will keep his promise. Since he said to let you fight one of them, it should only let one fight you. Under such circumstances, maybe you still have the possibility of winning. No matter how strong their people are, it is impossible for everyone to have the strength of an admiral. Through your fight with them, we can also learn more about them. So, Kingsley, I hope you can agree to fight with them. Of course, everything depends on your judgment on the spot. Really, Sengoku Marshal, you said you would give them 7 devil fruits. Didn't you just think that I would lose from the beginning? Kizun sighed helplessly. The task this time is really heavy, but I will try my best to complete the task well. Well, I'll leave it to you this time, Kizun. Warring States said. Kizun hung up the phone and appeared in front of Ziyun again. I'd like to fight one of you. Kizun looked around at Ziyun's companions present. The person I choose to challenge is. My chosen challenger is Minamoto Reimitsu. Kizun stared at Yuan Guang beside Ziyun and said, according to the Navy's information, Minamoto Reimitsu is the same person who always stays with Ziyun like Scheherazade, and that Scheherazade once dealt with the Yellow Monkey and Zero's top agents at the same time. Therefore, Scheherazade was once considered Ziyun's personal guard. Minamoto Reimitsu, who often appears beside Ziyun like Scheherazade, is also considered to be Ziyun's personal guard. It is suspected that he has the same combat power as Scheherazade, so the Navy has a deep fear of her ability. But now, Kuzan would not let this opportunity pass by discovering Minamoto Reimitsu's fighting ability through a sparring method. At least this kind of battle is considered safe for oneself. Berserker. After hearing Kizun's words, Ziyun said in a low voice. Well, what did you say? Kizun asked, frowning. Hee, Lai Guang is a berserker. Are you sure you want to fight her? Ziyun looked at Kizun with a smile on his face. Don't let yourself die because of the competition. Of course, I was just talking. Under normal circumstances, Raikou is still very rational, and he probably won't hit you too hard. Ziyun turned his head to look at Yuan Lai Guang. You said, is that right, Lai Guang? Really, my dear is too kind to the enemy. Minamoto Reimitsu smiled dotingly at Ziyun, then turned his head to look at Kuzin, with a deep chill in his eyes. As for the enemy, let's destroy them directly. Haha. It looks like a very troublesome guy. Kuzin stroked his hair. Let's forget it. If you get too badly injured because of a match, it's not good. Although I really want to know the strength of Minamoto Reimitsu, but if it is really what Ziyun said, if Minamoto Reimitsu hits hard, Kuzin still doesn't plan to fight her. After all, this is a battle to understand the strength of the opponent's members, so there's no need to embarrass yourself too much. Even though Kizun didn't think he would lose, he still decided to change his opponent just to be on the safe side. In that case, let her. Kizun pointed to Anne behind Ziyun. She is a member of your Blue Star. It's a new face. I don't know what kind of strength she has. The Hero King and other new companions who appeared next to Ziyun last time, each of them, performed very well. Therefore, for these unknown faces of the Navy, Kuzin also very much wants to know them. Page 230. We've been chosen. Mary. After seeing Kingsley calling her name, Annie walked up to Kuzin. Yeah, Anne, let's show the Navy how powerful our pirates are now. Mary followed closely behind Anne. Hey, Ziyun, what does this mean? Seeing Annie and Mary walking out at the same time, Kuzin turned to look at Ziyun. Didn't you choose someone to fight alone with me? Anne and Mary were meant to fight together. Ziyun shook his head. No matter which one of them you choose, you will face both of them. Ziyun shrugged and continued. If you can't accept it, you can choose Minamoto Reimitsu. Of course, you can also choose other people. That's true. Kizun shook his head. Since that's the case, what should I choose? She shouldn't be in a team of 2. Kizun pointed his fingers at Nero, who looked a little like Arturia, and Kizun still cared a lot. After all, Arturia was the one who defeated Garp. I chose you. Nero walked in front of Kuzin. A little light rose from his body, and the desert girl costume on his body quickly changed into the red color that Nero often wore. Color rose dress. Don't worry, I will fight with you alone. Nero reached out to Kuzin. Her beloved sword Primordial Fire gradually appeared in her clenched hand. You is Nero Claudius, the 5th emperor of the Roman Empire. Remember this name carefully. This will be the name of the person who defeated you. That's really confident. Kizun's body began to emit a strong chill. But I'm not so easily defeated. Kizun looked at Ziyun. Now that we have decided on our opponents, let's choose a suitable place to fight. My fighting ability has caused too much damage to the surrounding environment, and I don't want to affect the people around me because of this exchange. Do you want to change venue? Nero put his sword on the ground, raised his hand to the sky, and red rose petals began to appear around everyone. You don't need to go to other places. You will show you the venue for our battle immediately. Be honored for what you will see next. Admiral Kingsley. Nero looked at Kingsley confidently. Open the door. Open the solo curtain. Build it. Musician, show the supreme light here. The glory of the ruler in your heart. Bloom like a flower, open. Invite the golden theater that is so heart-wrenching. Following Nero's words, the gorgeous golden palace stood up extremely quickly, and in a blink of an eye, Kingsley and Nero were isolated in it. This is, looking at the golden palace that suddenly appeared, Kuzan had a serious face and carefully observed the surroundings. The ability to switch places like this seems to be somewhat similar to the ability of Emiya and that Scheherazade. With the information from Emiya, Shiro and Scheherazade, Kuzan didn't think it was a simple palace. Anyway, let's freeze this environment first. Kuzan thought in his heart, put one hand on the ground of the golden palace. Ice Age. Following Kuzan's voice, the ice began to spread from the ground where Kuzan's hand touched, but the ice did not spread over a large area, and it began to crumble quickly. This is, feeling the state of releasing Ice Age, Kuzan's heart tightened slightly. He obviously felt that he couldn't use his fruit ability as easily as usual, and this place seemed to be suppressing his ability. Moreover, the Ice Age that has been used in the palace is constantly being eroded by a force. There is simply no way to freeze this place. Give up, Kingsley. Nero pointed his sword at Kuzan, and in an instant, Kuzan felt a pressure on his body, making him unable to stand up well. In my palace, you can't show your strength like you used to, and since I have already used the treasure, I don't plan to fight with you slowly. So, tighten your nerves and take this move well, Kingsley. Appreciate the talents of the rest, listen to the thunderous applause. Then praise this golden theater. The glorious empire of virgins singing. As soon as the words fell, Nero rushed towards Kuzan at top speed. Ice Cube Storm Pheasant's Mouth. Page 231. Exclamation mark. Seeing that Nero was attacking him, Kuzan hurriedly used his ability to concentrate the cold air on his right arm, released an ice bird, and flew towards Nero with a powerful impact. Facing the ice bird, Nero speeded up again, and the love sword in his hand, which was shining with flames, quickly slashed across the ice bird, and slashed at Kuzan without slowing down. When Nero stopped, she was already behind Kuzan. Kuzan turned around slowly, looked at Nero solemnly, and spots of sweat began to appear on his forehead. Kuzan's abdomen broke open suddenly, a huge sword mark appeared on his abdomen, and a lot of blood left from it. What, are you still planning to fight? Nero came back to his senses and looked at the wound on Kuzan's abdomen that was slowly covered with ice. If you want to fight, I don't recommend continuing to fight with you. Do you fight? Kuzan shook his head. This situation is not considered a battle at all. Although the task of knowing the strength of Ziyun's companions was enough, Kuzan thought he had accomplished it. But Kuzan still feels deeply frustrated by his direct loss to Nero. Even if he dares to conclude, the ability Nero uses is definitely her most powerful ability, or one of her abilities. There is no need to continue fighting. After treating the wound, Kuzan looked at Nero and said seriously, you could have split me in half just now. Now that this is the case, I am too embarrassed to ask to continue fighting. Since you have admitted defeat, we will have to let you and us act temporarily for a while. Nero nodded, and dispersed his rose palace. Did you come out? Seeing the surrounding environment change back to what it was before, Kuzan tested his fruit ability a little bit. The suppression is gone. It seems that the palace really has a lot of restrictions on the ability of the devil fruit. Player, I won. After taking back his golden theater, Nero threw himself on Ziyun and said happily, it's natural. Ziyun patted Nero on the back. I have great confidence in you, but I didn't expect you to end the battle so soon. After Ziyun finished speaking, he turned to look at Kuzan. Now, shouldn't you report to that Sengoku guy? After all, I'm still waiting for him to bring me a devil fruit. Hearing Ziyun's words, Kuzan nodded, took out his phone bug and called Zango, and, soon, he reported everything that happened just now to Zango. While sighing, Zango also promised that he would quickly arrange someone to deliver their devil fruit to Ziyun, and asked Kuzan to ensure his own safety. We're back, Ziyun. Just as Kuzan put down the phone bug, Fubuki and Tornado came back. That crocodile has been sunk into the water by me, and has now turned into a water crocodile. Fubuki had a confident smile on his face. Thank you so much for giving me such strength. During the battle with crocodile just now, although the tornado was also nearby, but only Fuxia himself was the one who made the move. And during the battle, Fubuki was completely suppressing crocodile. Although her superpower does not cause direct damage to crocodile's elemental body, she can still separate the deserted crocodile's body through the wind generated by the telekinetic force. Even crocodile didn't dare to separate Shawa's body too far, and in desperation, crocodile didn't dare to fully elementalize and fight Fubuki. In the end, it was quickly discovered that Fubuki, who was afraid of water, led crocodile to fall into the lake, and restrained his actions with telekinetic power. Soon, crocodile died in the lake. After defeating crocodile, Fubuki felt the power of her own superpower. If it was before, she would never be able to defeat someone like crocodile. But now, she can easily defeat him. Even her elder sister Longwan has fully recognized her strength. I think she can stand alone. This made Fuxia happy and at the same time more grateful to Ziyan who gave him such a powerful strength. Page 232. Congratulations, Fubuki. Seeing Chuxu's excited appearance, Ziyan sincerely blessed him. With your current strength, it's not just as simple as being able to defeat Crocodile. Even if you are facing the opposite Admiral Kingsley, you still have enough capital to fight him. Hearing Ziyan's words, Fuxia's heart became more and more happy. Then, for the next period of time, I will trouble you to wear this thing. Ziyan took out a Heilashi handcuff from his mobile phone from the golden ripples behind him and threw it to Kuzin. Since you are defeated, you must look like a defeated one. When Warring States brings over what I want, my sister will untie the handcuffs for you. Looking at the handcuffs in his hands, Kuzin shook his head. I didn't expect that as a Navy, I would wear such handcuffs one day. Although he didn't want to, Kuzin also knew that he couldn't conflict with Ziyan and their others at this time, so he put on the handcuffs honestly and actively. You are very honest. Ziyan smiled and said, however, I don't intend to take you into action together. The light of your light bulb is too bright. I will let our Dr. Tsunade deal with your body. I hope you will cooperate honestly and don't think about resisting. However, you may rest assured that there will be no great pain. And when you leave, Tsunade will also release it for you. 99. Report to King Cobra. The crocodile of Shikibukai has fought with a woman. Alabaster Royal Palace. A soldier quickly walked through the corridor of the palace, came to Cobra in the main hall and said, and someone saw that woman walking with members of their Drake pirates. What? Cobra, who was discussing important matters with his minister, stood up from his seat in surprise. The Drake pirates came to Alabaster. Why did I not know until now? And the Drake pirates also had a conflict with Crocodile. Although he has not personally seen anyone in the Drake pirates, Cobra still knows the news about the pirates. In his heart, this pirate group and their Blue Star organization behind it are undoubtedly extremely dangerous organizations. Not long ago, Cobra got the news that Ziyan's Blue Star had captured the Magnetic Drum Kingdom. Although Cobra didn't like the former king of the Drum Kingdom, Walpo, but he was also a member of the world government. After knowing that Ziyan and others came to his country, he still hated the Drake pirates coming to Alabaster. I am very worried about the purpose. No, you must know their purpose. Cobra thought for a while and said, soldier, call Harem to see me now. I need him to contact the Drake pirates, and it has to be a friendly contact. Yes, King Cobra. After the soldiers saluted, they prepared to leave the hall to find Harem and many more. Cobra stopped the soldiers who had just started. It's better not to use it. I should do it myself to contact the Drake pirates. King Cobra, this is too dangerous. Bell, the guardian of the kingdom of Alabaster, said quickly, those guys are too dangerous. If you go there in person, what will happen to our country if something happens? I know it's dangerous, Bell. Cobra shook his head, but only if I go there in person can I show my sincerity, and if I go there by myself, it will be more convenient to talk to Ziyan. Although they are all wanted by the Navy and the world government, judging from his past deeds, if they don't provoke them, they can still communicate. Moreover, some of them are said to be the kings of a country. In this case, it seems more appropriate for me, as the king, to go there in person. In this case, please let me go with you. Bell rubbed his chest with one hand. If something unexpected happens, even if I sacrifice my life, I will guarantee your safety. Seeing that Bell was so persistent, Cobra couldn't say much. Although he didn't think that if the Drake pirates really attacked him, someone in this kingdom would be able to stop them, but he still nodded to Bell. Report. Just as Cobra and Bell were about to leave, another one entered the hall. Report to King Cobra. Shikibukai was defeated by a woman suspected of being a member of Blue Star. Page 233. What? So fast? Cobra never thought that Sand Crocodile, who is a member of the world's third largest force in the Seven Yukai, would be defeated by Zouge so quickly. Bell, let's start as soon as possible. Cobra quickly walked towards the outside of the hall, and Bell followed closely behind. People with such strength, no matter what, we can't sin. Soldier, you should quickly inform the soldiers in the country that if you meet members of the Drake pirates, you must treat them politely and never conflict with them. Cobra ordered as he walked past the soldiers who came to report. Although the report did not confirm that the woman who defeated Crocodile was Ziyan's partner, but being able to act together with Ziyan and possessing such powerful strength, Cobra still believed very much that the woman who defeated Sand Crocodile was Ziyan's partner. King Cobra, according to reports from the soldiers, Ziyan and his gang are now in this casino. Bell said to Cobra. Bell is an animal type user with the ability to form a falcon. After turning into a falcon, Bell's speed is very fast. It didn't take long to take Cobra to the foothold of Ziyan and others. This casino, as far as I know, seems to be the property of Crocodile. Cobra shook his head. Now that Crocodile is dead, has the casino been taken over by Ziyan? Cobra calmed down and said, let's go, Bell. After speaking, Cobra took Bell into the casino. Since Cobra and Bell both went through a certain amount of makeup, they did not attract the attention of the common people in the casino. After looking around the people in the casino, Cobra quickly recognized Ziyun's companion, Tsunade. At this moment, Tsunade is gambling with a group of people in the casino, and the place where Tsunade is located is also the busiest place in the entire casino. There are many people in the casino who recognized Tsunade, although at first these people were a little afraid of gambling with Tsunade, but after seeing Tsunade betting with other people for a while, not only did they not shoot at people because they lost money, after paying the gambling money honestly, and after Tsunade lost a lot of money, he also joined in the gambling with Tsunade. Damn, lost again. Tsunade slammed the table hard, looking helplessly at the dice drawn. Although Tsunade took it just now, the whole table shook violently, but the people around didn't pay much attention, because during this period of gambling, Tsunade has smashed the table a lot, and everyone is used to such scenes. Come on, next round, next round. Tsunade rolled out a part of the chips in front of him, urging the croupier to continue. There is a thick pile of chips piled up in front of Tsunade. If you don't watch Tsunade gamble for a long time, you will definitely think that this is Tsunade's win. However, in fact, it was only because Tsunade had obtained a large amount of berry from Ziyun that he was able to exchange for so many chips. So far, Tsunade has already lost more than half of his chips. TCH, what a boisterous woman. Seeing Tsunade's expression, Gilgamesh, who was sitting at the next table, frowned. There are also a lot of chips placed in front of him, but these chips are all won by Gilgamesh with one chip. Ha ha ha. Although I already knew that Tsunade's gambling luck is extremely bad, I didn't expect it to be like this. Drake, who was sitting across from Gilgamesh, laughed. In front of him, there were chips similar to those of Gilgamesh, and most of these chips were won by Drake. This guy Tsunade is really too, because of her, the people at our table all ran to her. Drake laughed. It's impossible, too. Robin supported the table with one hand, and looked at Tsunade who was making a lot of noise. With a smile on his face, after all, Tsunade has been losing money, but you and Gilgamesh have always won, and there is no lost once. Even those who are addicted to gambling will not be willing to gamble with you. TCH, what a woman who lacks the golden rule. Gilgamesh shook his head, stood up, and walked out of the casino. I'd better go out and have some fun. Golden rule. Robin blinked suspiciously, and looked at Drake beside him. What is the golden rule that? Gilgamesh said. Do you know, Captain Drake? The golden rule. Drake lay back on the seat. The golden rule is probably the ability to obtain money. It is said that if a person has a high golden rule, money will come to him automatically even if he does nothing. Page 234. And if he is willing to do something to make money, then no matter what he does, he can make a lot of money. That's it. What about you, Captain Drake? Do you have the golden rule? Robin asked curiously. Drake smiled, and did not answer Robin's question directly, but pointed to the large number of chips in front of him. I see, I know. Robin nodded and said, Can I bother you? Cobra walked to Drake's side and whispered, Hello, Nico Robin. Captain Drake, I'm the king of this country. If possible, please let me meet your leader Ziyun. Cobra originally planned to find Tsunade, but when he was walking towards Tsunade, he happened to meet Gilgamesh who wanted to go outside the casino, and thus found Captain Drake and Nick and Robin. After much thought, Cobra still decided to look for Drake. After all, Tsunade doesn't seem to be very free right now, and Gilgamesh has an arrogant look on his face, and it's hard for Cobra to talk to him. Oh, the king of this country? Drake smiled. This is really a big man. I don't know, what's the matter with you looking for our Jiayun? That, just because you have come to our country, so we want to show the friendship of their landlords. Cobra showed a friendly smile. If you wish, I invite you to dine in the palace. I have to say, you are very courageous, my lord. The news that you entertained us has been known by the Navy and the world government, and your country may be in trouble. Drake said. Cobra was stunned for a moment, showing a slightly embarrassed smile. This, forget it. If you want to see Yun, let me come. After speaking, Drake stood up and walked towards the inside of the casino. Go. There, Yun was lying on Minamoto's lap pillow, being served by Minamoto. Yun, I'm coming in. Drake, who walked into the room, said, The king of this country seems to have something to ask you. After speaking, Drake gave up Cobra and Bell behind him. Hello, Ziyun, I am. Cobra stretched out his hand and wanted to walk into Ziyun, but was stopped by Minamoto's cold eyes. Ha. Cobra withdrew his hand awkwardly and placed it on the back of his head, and looked around the room slightly. Admiral Kingsley, why are you here? Looking around, Cobra was taken aback because he saw that Kuzin, who is an admiral, was also in the room at the moment, and seemed to be in a state of peaceful coexistence with Ziyun and the others. Yeah, who is calling me? Kuzin, who was lying on the sofa, raised his handcuffed hands and pushed away the blindfold in front of him. This really disturbs my rest. Oh. Isn't this King Cobra? Does it mean that you are also with Ziyun and the others when you come here? Kuzin said. Don't get me wrong, King Ziyun and I met for the first time in a few days, But you. Cobra stared at the Heilashi handcuffs on Kizun's hand. You are in this state. You are not caught by them, are you? As you can see, Kizun raised his hands with Heilashi handcuffs and said, how could you have imagined that your excellency not only solved Crocodile, but even Admiral Kingsley fell into your hands? Cobra looked at Ziyan and said, tell me, Cobra, you and I should have nothing to do with each other. What's the matter with you? Here. Ziyan opened his eyes and looked at Cobra. Cobra straightened his body and looked at Ziyan seriously. Actually, I came here to ask your excellency why you came to Alabaster. Are you worried about us taking action against Alabaster, or do you know what I did to their Drum Kingdom? Page 235. Ziyan smiled and sat up from Minamoto's lap pillow. Don't worry, Cobra, I have no intention of doing anything against your country. We only intend to stay in this country for a few days, and we will leave this country when their deal with the Navy is concluded. Deal. Cobra looked at Kizun who was being handcuffed, and at the same time thought of the two previous captures of Ziyan's high-level naval forces. Anyway, when your excellency comes to our kingdom, we should do our best as landlords. If you have any requirements, if so, as long as we can do it, we will be willing to provide you with corresponding help. Okay, Cobra, you'd better stay away from us, otherwise, the Navy and the world government will trouble you in the future. Ziyan looked at Kizun. Also, Admiral Kingsley is here. If he tells the world government what you just said, then you will be in a terrible situation. After hearing Ziyan's words, Kizun pulled down the blindfold on his forehead again. Sorry, I'm already asleep. I didn't hear anything from the conversation just now. Kizun could see clearly that Cobra just didn't want Ziyan to do anything to his country, so he came to show his favor to Ziyan. Moreover, Kizun still knows a little about the country of Alabaster. The king of this country, Cobra, can be said to be a king who loves the people very much, and the people also have great trust in their king, Cobra. For such a country and such a king, Kizun has absolutely no intention of making trouble for them. In fact, Ziyan wanted to make Cobra agree to let Robin watch the history of their palace underground, but considering that Kingsley was here. In addition, Cobra would not be willing to reveal the historical steles of his country to himself. Ziyan didn't mention it. Anyway, if Ziyan wants to go, Cobra and the others can't stop him. King Cobra, do you think that Ziyan is credible? After walking out of the casino, Bell asked Cobra. It should be true. Cobra shook his head. Even Admiral Kingsley was arrested by them. If he wants to do something bad to Alabaster, we have no ability to resist. Besides, they won't worry about what the Navy and the world government think of them. So, what Ziyan said should be his true opinion. Forget it. In short, during the period when Ziyan and his group stayed in Alabaster, their soldiers must not be troubled by them. If possible, we should give them some convenience. Come on, Bell. It's been so long since we've been out. Now we'll go to the palace. There are still many political affairs waiting for me. Yes, King Cobra. Bell nodded, turned into a falcon and quickly took Cobra up into the sky, flying towards the palace. Okay, I'll go out for a walk too. Ziyan stood up and stretched. Everyone, since we will be in this country for a while, let's relax here. After seeing everyone nodding, Ziyan walked towards the door. Aren't you going out for a walk? Kizun looked suspiciously at Minamoto Reimitsu who stayed in the room. I want to watch you. Minamoto Reimitsu smiled coldly, and slightly pulled out the knife at his waist. If you have any bad thoughts, I will definitely kill you with this boy Kiangang. Don't worry, I just want to have a good rest right now. Kizun shook his head. With Heilashi handcuffs and Yotsune's medicine, I don't have much fighting power now. In such a situation, I don't want to find a job. That is to say, if you are in good condition, you will come to our affairs. Yan Liu pulled it out. The boy Kiangang in his hand, his eyes gradually glowed purple. Sure enough, I still need to deal with you, otherwise, in the future, you will definitely come to destroy the peace of me and my dear Yun. Hey, wait. Seeing Minamoto Reimitsu approaching with a knife, as if he was about to cut himself off, Kizun quickly waved his hand. If you cut me off, your Ziyan won't be able to redeem the 2 devil fruits I returned. No. If you cut me off, you won't even be able to pass through the 5 devil fruits of Sarkarski. So, even Ziyan won't be willing. After hearing Kizun's words, Minamoto Reimitsu stopped and tilted his head. Yes, if you don't get those 7 devil fruits, my dear will be very sad. No. I can't make Ziyan sad. Minamoto Reimitsu looked down at Kizun. We can't let this time go. You have something to do. But I won't let you act here casually. I'll keep an eye on you. This is really Kizun sighed deeply, originally thinking that since he was arrested and Ziyan didn't intend to hurt himself, Kizun planned to take this opportunity to take a good rest and sleep. Page 236. But seeing Minamoto Larimitsu staring at him, Kizun also lost sleepiness completely. I am deeply afraid that Minamoto Larimitsu will cut himself off when he is asleep. Now I understand why Ziyan said this woman is crazy. Kizun thought helplessly in his heart. Robin, come with me. When walking through the lobby of the casino, Ziyan stopped Robin who was chatting with Zishibu. After hearing Ziyan's words, Robin turned around. What's the matter, Ziyun walked up to Robin and whispered, historical steles, are you interested? You mean, there are historical steles here? Robin said happily. Ziyun nodded. Of course I'm interested, let's go now. Robin said. Ziyun smiled, turned to look at Zishibu. Zishibu, why don't you come too? Of course, speaking of it, I'm also very interested in stone tablets that record past history. Murasaki Shikibu said with a smile, if I read more, I can also turn the contents of history into books. He. In that case, let's go. After finishing speaking, Ziyun grabbed the hands of Robin and Zishibu, walked out of the casino, and quickly flew towards the Alabaster Palace with the power of his mind. Ziyun, where are we going? After flying for a while, Robin asked Ziyun. Alabaster Palace. Ziyun looked back at Robin. As far as I know, there is a historical stone tablet stored underground in Alabaster, but that seems to record not the past history, but the ancient weapon. The news of Hades. However, I'm not so sure. Anyway, it won't hurt to have a look. After hearing Ziyun's words, Robin nodded. In any case, it is a lucky thing for her to find a historical stone tablet, so even if the historical stone tablet may not record history, she still has to look at it. Is that the king just now? Pulled by Ziyun, Zishibu pointed to the front of Ziyun. There, the falcon that Bell turned into is pulling Cobra to fly. It really is. Ziyun smiled, accelerated with the two girls, and quickly came to the side of Cobra and Bell. Hello, we meet again. Seeing the sudden appearance of Ziyun, Cobra jumped and almost fell off Bell, and even Bell's mouth grew wide in shock from Ziyun and the other three who were flying in the air. Cough. Your Excellency Ziyun, may I ask if you are looking for me? Although Cobra was surprised that the three of Ziyun could fly, he didn't think too much about it. In his heart, it is natural for Xiang Ziyun and other powerful people to be able to do things that ordinary people cannot. Now he is even more curious about why Ziyun and the others suddenly caught up with him. I didn't come to see you, Cobra. Ziyun shook his head. I just happened to meet you, so I came to say hello. That's it. Cobra nodded. Then, may I ask where you are going? We're going to the basement of the Palace of Alabaster, Ziyun said with a smile. What? Cobra, who knew what was hidden in his palace, called out on the spot. How could Ziyun go to the underground of the palace, and bring Robin who can read history with him? Page 237. Do they know that there are historical steles under the palace? Some thoughts quickly flashed in Cobra's mind. No, absolutely not. They get the news of the ancient weapon, Hades. Cobra, who was thinking so in his heart, was about to speak to persuade Ziyun, but Ziyun interrupted him. See you later, then. Before Cobra had time to speak, Ziyun spoke. After Ziyun finished speaking, he led Murasaki Shikibu and Robin to speed up suddenly, and quickly disappeared in front of Cobra and Bell. Not good. Cobra patted his thigh. Hurry up, Bell. We must hurry back to the palace as soon as possible. Yes, King Cobra. Bell flew at full speed, but Cobra and Bell didn't see Ziyun and the others until they reached the palace. Is this the historical monument of Alabaster? Under the Alabaster Palace, Robin touched the history and said, I didn't expect the royal family of this country to hide such a piece of history. It didn't take long for Ziyun to bring Robin and Zishibu to the underground of the Alabaster Palace. During this period, Ziyun did not disturb anyone in the palace. With Ziyun's current ability, it is very simple to do this. Is this the stele that records the history of this world? Murasaki Shikibu knocked on the stele. Using this to record some information that needs to be passed on to future generations is really an outstanding design. It's just a very solid book. However, this really doesn't record history. Robin shook his head. Written on it are information about some ancient weapons. Pluto. If you want to find Hades, this stele can help. Robin looked at Ziyun and said, for ancient weapons, just let it go. Ziyun shook his head. I don't intend to collect them specially. However, since you have encountered it, let's record it first. After all, it is also the content on a rare historical stone tablet. Murashi Shikibu, wait a minute. Please make a book of the above content and put it in the ship's library. Ziyun looked at Zishibu and said, it's okay, Master, I will do as you ask. Purple Shibu said, you guys just take a look here first, I'll go up to have a look. When you want to leave, just contact me again. After speaking, Ziyun temporarily left the ground. Ziyun really doesn't care about ancient weapons. Looking at the back of Ziyun leaving, Robin said, or, the ancient weapons are simply not taken seriously by our leader. Tell me, is that so? Murasaki Shikibu, with the master and our abilities, there is really no need to pursue ancient weapons. Murasaki Shikibu said with a smile, you saw it too, didn't you? Many of our companions have very powerful abilities or weapons. Speaking of which, I haven't seen you make a move yet. Robin looked at Zishibu curiously. To be called by Ziyun, your ability must be very strong. Would you also like say Mila and suddenly come up with a very exaggerated sky fortress? Ah wow, compared to the Assyrian Empress, I'm still far behind. Murasaki Shikibu shook his head. Speaking of which, I'm not good at fighting at all. My profession is a writer. I who holds a writing brush, are very weak compared to his companions. Even so, I believe that you are very strong. Robin sighed, refocused his eyes on the historical stone tablet, and began to translate the content to Murasaki Shikibu. Murasaki Shikibu also used his own magic to create a book at the right time and began to record what Robin read. The palace of this desert kingdom is quite unique. Page 238. Ziyun, who was walking inside the palace of Alabaster, marveled at the design of the palace. It's completely different from Drum Kingdom Castle. Speaking of which, if we want to build a palace that belongs to us, Blue Star, in the future, do we need to call an architect to help build it? Ziyun stroked his chin and looked towards the courtyard outside the window. Speaking of which, it seems that among the heroic spirits there are heroic spirits with the ability to be architects. Maybe if you summon those people, you can build a unique palace. However, maybe Nero can build a good palace. After all, she is also a great artist in Rome. Even if there is something about singing, it should be fine in other aspects. Who are you? While Ziyun was thinking, a little girl's voice came from behind Ziyun. Ziyun turned his head and saw a cute little girl with long blue hair in a princess costume appearing in front of his eyes. Ziyun smiled, squatting in front of the little girl. Let me guess, you must be Neferutali YY. I am Ziyun, an acquaintance of your father Cobra. Nice to meet you, beautiful little princess. As he spoke, Ziyun patted YY's little head. Is it someone my father knows? YY tilted her head cutely. Then father and Ikem are not in the palace. Can you play with me? The other soldiers in the palace are too serious, and they don't want to play with me, saying that they are afraid that I will be the first on the mountain. Humphrey, I won't get hurt. Sure. Ziyun smiled. What does YY want to play? I want to play peekaboo. YY raised her hand and said, brother, come and catch me like a ghost. Ziyun shook his head. Brother, there are many interesting ways to play here, but they are much more fun than peekaboo. For example, I can make YY fly. Vivi, would you like to try it? Really? Can Big Brother fly with people like Belle? I want to play, Vivi said happily. 182. Seeing that YY agreed, Ziyun smiled, and gently lifted YY into the air with telekinesis. Fly up, YY, who was floating in the air, showed an excited smile. Big Brother is so powerful, he can actually make me fly by myself. It's great, I must show Belle, I can fly now. Your Excellency Ziyun, please don't hurt my daughter. Not far away came Cobra's voice and hurried footsteps. In order to prevent Ziyun and Robin from watching the history, Cobra rushed to the palace underground as soon as he got back to the palace. However, in order to avoid confrontation with Ziyun and others, he did not summon his own soldiers to follow him. Moreover, the secrets of the royal palace are not suitable for anyone other than the royal family of Alabaster to know. On the way to the underground of the palace, Cobra saw Ziyun's daughter floating in there from a long distance, and Cobra, who thought that Ziyun was going to hurt YY, became even more anxious. It's the father. YY, who heard her father's voice, looked behind Ziyun, where Cobra was running towards. Ziyun quickly. Father, look, I can fly now. Vivi shook her hands and said happily to Cobra. YY, don't make trouble. Be careful not to get hurt. Seeing YY floating up and down, Cobra said worriedly, Your Excellency Ziyun, let's discuss something carefully. Please don't hurt my daughter. YY tilted her head. Big Brother didn't do anything bad to YY. Big Brother just helped her fly. Ziyun smiled at YY, turned to look at Cobra, as YY said, I'm just playing with YY. However, Cobra, you are a bit late now. Robin and the others have been looking at the steel for a while. Even if you stop it now, it is useless. Page 239. Of course, you can't stop it. I think you should understand this. Seeing that there was really no harm to YY, and judging from YY's expression, Ziyun didn't do anything excessive to YY. Cobra felt relieved for the time being. Your Excellency, how did you know that we have historical steelies here? Moreover, if Nicole Robin is here, you must know what is written on the stone tablet. Now that this is the case, what are you going to do next? For the group of dangerous people like Ziyun, Cobra doesn't want them to have ancient weapons. After all, Ziyun and others have done a lot of crazy things since their debut, whether it is capturing high-level naval officers, or directly occupying a member country of their world government. Such things are not something ordinary pirates can do. I'm just interested in what is recorded on the historical stele. As for ancient weapons, Ziyun smiled and looked at Cobra. You should know us a little bit. Don't you think I will be very persistent in pursuing those so-called ancient weapons that can destroy the world? Ziyun shook his head. Don't be afraid. The weapons we, Blue Star, possess are already very powerful. I don't think Pluto can catch up with our collection. Of course, if we meet again in the future, I still don't mind including the ancient times in my collection. Then can I ask, is Nicole Robin and another woman at the stele now? Cobra asked. Yes. Ziyun nodded. He smiled and said, they are slowly looking at the stele now, so I'll go up and look around first. And I hope King Cobra doesn't mind. No. but I still hope that your excellency can help us keep that steal a secret. Cobra, knowing that once there is news of Pluto in Alabasta, the country will never be peaceful again, so he very much hopes that Xian and the others will not publicize this historical monument. Don't worry, I can assure you of this, Xian said. Although we looked at the inscription, we were paid for it. At this moment, Robin, who had already read the historical stele, walked towards Xian and said, after all, we helped Alabasta solve the problem of crocodile. What do you mean? Cobra looked suspiciously at Robin who came over. Although the sand crocodile is a pirate, it is also recognized by the world government as the Shikibukai. After coming to Alabasta, he has not done anything excessive. Why are you saying crocodile is a problem for this country now? You don't know, Cobra. Xian patted Cobra's shoulder. That crocodile's goal is to be Hades, and he also wants to give me your country. What? Cobra opened his mouth wide. Robin, Murasaki Shikibu, you've already finished recording. Xian ignored Cobra's surprise, turned to look at the two women and said, don't worry, master, I have recorded it perfectly. He. Murasaki Shikibu took out a book with a purple casing and said, in that case, let's go back. Xian nodded, and looked at YY who was playing happily in the air. YY, we're leaving, I'll play with you again when I have a chance. After speaking, Xian slowly sent YY to the ground. Hey, brother, is he going back now? YY, who hadn't had enough fun yet, grabbed Xian's trousers, with a look of reluctance. Xian knelt down and patted YY's head lightly, and took out a jewel necklace exuding blue radiance from the golden ripples that suddenly appeared behind him, and put it on YY's neck. Take this as a gift from our first meeting, Xian said with a smile. The name of this necklace is as your heart. Wearing it will bring you good luck. Xiao YY. Thank you big brother. Looking at the beautiful necklace on her chest, YY smiled happily. Xian patted YY, stood up and took Zishibu and Robin directly out of the windowsill, and flew towards the place where everyone lived. It seems that the master likes that little girl very much. Page 240. During the flight, Zishibu said to Xian, that necklace should be a treasure. It's not a big deal. It's just something that can make her sick and grow up healthily. Xian replied with a smile. It can be regarded as nostalgic for the story of One Piece that I used to read. One Piece? Does this have anything to do with One Piece? Nicole Robin asked suspiciously. Xian shook his head, but did not answer Robin's question. Speaking of which, I'll give you a treasure too, Robin. Xian smiled. Golden ripples appeared from beside him, and a crimson necklace appeared from it and was worn on Robin's neck. This is the Crimson Rose. As long as you call out its name when you are in danger, it will form a solid crystal shield round you. With such a shield, even the Admiral's attack can be blocked. In the team, you and Khalifa have relatively weak self-protection abilities. I can feel more at ease if you carry this with you. Robin gently touched the necklace embroidered with rose patterns on his chest. Thank you, Xian, I will cherish it. Robin said happily. The Navy's action this time was very fast, and in less than 2 days, they brought Xian their 7 promised devil fruits. During these 2 days, the news that Musashi defeated Hawkeye and became the world's #1 swordsman and that the Admiral was captured by Artoria also spread throughout the world. When they learned that Miyamoto Musashi had become the new world's #1 swordsman, the swordsman who originally aimed for Mihawk Hawkeye all set their sights on Musashi, hoping to defeat Musashi one day and become the new swordsman, their world's greatest swordsman. And the news that Artoria's sword can release a huge golden beam of light that destroys the city was also publicized by the Navy. This made many swordsmen focus on Artoria, hoping to seize the sword in her hand. Even many people who are not swordsmen have become very interested in the Sword of Oath of Victory. Now, many swordsmen believe that the Sword of the Oath of Victory in Artoria's hand is far superior to the Sword of the Supreme Sword and the 12 Crafts. The new world's #1 swordsman. Haha, I didn't expect that Hawkeye met Xian and the others so quickly, and even lost the title of strongest in their hands. The red-haired Shanks, who was sailing on the sea, laughed loudly. Although his opponent and friend, Hawkeye, has lost his status as the strongest swordsman, Shanks is not worried about Hawkeye. He knows Mihawk well. Someone can defeat him to take the status of the world's #1 swordsman. This will not make him sad, but will stimulate his competitive spirit even more. Presumably that guy is now excitedly trying to practice his sword. Shanks shook his head and said, then Captain, you have to be careful. Rab took a bite of the chicken leg in his hand and said, be careful, that guy Hawkeye came to challenge you for sword practice. Yeah, maybe in the near future, we will be able to see the battle between the Captain and Hawkeye again. Jesus said happily. Forward. Still a second ago, laughing Shanks suddenly froze. Oops, why did I forget this? That guy will definitely find some masters with swords in order to practice swords, and he will fight with all his strength. Looking at it this way, there is a high probability that he will find me and fight with all his strength. But forget it, let's talk about it later when he finds me. Shanks, who was screaming with his face in his hands a second ago, suddenly fell silent, picked up a glass of wine and looked at the people on board. Now, Let's toast to that Hawkeye guy finding a new target, and to our friend and partner, a toast to become the world's #1 swordsman. Oh, oh, oh. The members of the red-haired pirates raised their wine glasses one after another, and drank heavily. The new world, the sea area ruled by Whitebeard. Beaster, what are you looking at? Seeing Vista's queen clutching the newspaper in his hand, with a rare excited smile on his face, Marco walked over curiously and asked. It's you, Marco. Foil captain of the 5th Division of the Whitebeard Pirates. Vista raised his head and looked at Marco. Although he restrained himself, he still couldn't hide the excited expression on his face. It seems that you have seen some great news. Page 241. Marco smiled with interest. It actually made you, who is usually very calm, show such an expression. I have to be excited. Beaster took a deep breath and recovered his fast-beating heart. Did you know, Marco, the #1 swordsman in the world has changed? La 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 la, that ... Hawkeye actually lost to Chevalier. No wonder you are so excited, Vista. The Whitebeard who heard the conversation between Marco and Vista laughed and said, I can't help it, I'm also a swordsman. Beaster sighed. At first, I thought that one day I would be able to challenge the position of their world's #1 swordsman, but I didn't expect that the person who needs to challenge now has changed. Also, father, the world's greatest swordsman this time is Miyamoto Musashi, a member of their Drake Pirates who often shocked the world during this time. It's that pirates again? What a group of active guys. Whitebeard took the newspaper from Vista. Miyamoto Musashi looks like a lively and heroic female swordsman. Speaking of which, it would be great if I could adopt her as my daughter. Dad, your old problem. I did it again. Marco crossed his chest and said, that ... Ziyun will definitely not let his partner join us. La la la, it doesn't matter, I will accept him as my son when the time comes, so that Miyamoto Musashi will definitely agree to be my daughter. Whitebeard said, haha, Dad, then maybe you need to work harder to convince them. Vista laughed and said, after all, the Drake Pirates are now known as the 5th Emperor, and their blue star behind Ziyun is also showing more and more powerful power. If you don't show your absolute strength, presumably they won't recognize you as their father. After all, this is an organization that even has a sword that surpasses the Supreme Sword. 12 craftsmanship. To have such a sword, this blue star must have considerable strength and arrogance. It looks like it's really a pretty good sword. Whitebeard stared at Archeria's sworn sword of victory in the newspaper and said, however, even if this is the case, I still have to try to see if I can let them be my children. Gurgling. It seems that Dad likes them very much. Marco shook his head. However, even if the Drake Pirates are very powerful, they are definitely not as powerful as Dad. Of course, Dad is the strongest man in the world. Beaster also confidently said. Looking at the 7 devil fruits in front of him, Ziyun smiled, and threw all the devil fruits into his king's treasure. Kuzin, you can go now. Ziyun smiled, unlocked the Heilashi handcuffs that locked Kuzin, and gave him the medicine to detoxify Kuzin. You are welcome to challenge again in the future. However, for the convenience of everyone, I hope you can directly challenge with a devil fruit. Forget it, leave this kind of thing to others. Ku sighed in admiration. However, what about Sakazuki? According to the agreement, you should let him go. Ziyun smiled, and looked at Tsunade beside him. Tsunade smiled knowingly, took out the scroll behind him and threw it on the ground. After Tsunade made a few seals and pressed them on the scroll, Sakazuki appeared in the eyes of everyone along with white smoke. Cough, cough. Kingsley, it's you. As soon as the wounded Akeinu looked up, he saw Kizun in front of him. Why are you here? Could it be that you rescued me? It's not like that. Kizun shook his head. Martial Warring States spent some devil fruits to redeem you, and I am also among the redeemed. Kizun looked at Sakazuki's upper body and frowned. It's better not to move around now. Let the doctor heal you first. Although usually at odds with Akeinu, in the Navy headquarters, the two even seldom talk. But in any case, the two are colleagues, and Kizun doesn't want Akeinu to maintain such a serious injury. Hearing that he was redeemed by the Sengoku, Akeinu felt a strong sense of shame in his heart. Damn Drake Pirates, hateful, blue star. Akeinu punched the ground hard. Why, do you still want to be arrested? Want? Ziyun's voice came from behind Shikan. If you still want to be captured by me, you can continue your complaints. It's you. Hearing Ziyun's voice, Akeinu quickly turned around. Page 242. When he saw Ziyun and his group standing behind him, Shikan's right hand immediately ignited the magma. Seeing that Akeinu was about to make a move, Kuzan on the side quickly used his fruit ability to freeze Akeinu. Originally, the injury on Akeinu's body was serious, but now it was frozen by Kuzan's ice. Immediately, he lost his consciousness and fell into a coma. Really, this guy will definitely lose his temper with me when he wakes up. Kuzan shook his head. Then, everyone in the Drake Pirates, let's say goodbye this time, and we will definitely meet again in the future. Kuzan said solemnly. After finishing speaking, Kusan left Ziyun's residence with a red dog that had turned into ice and a group of marines, and rushed towards the Navy's warship. Now that I have obtained the devil fruit I want, let's continue our voyage. Ziyun looked at the companions gathered beside him and said. After seeing everyone nodding, Ziyun left the Alabaster Kingdom with his companions. Finally left, Cobra, who watched the golden deer sailing away from Alabaster, couldn't help but relax. Although Ziyun and his companions stayed in Alabaster for the past 2 days, they did not cause any major commotion in this country, and it is also very good to see Ziyun's attitude towards Alabaster. But Cobra couldn't help worrying. Now that everyone in the Navy, Ziyun, and the others have left the Alabaster Kingdom, Cobra also let go of the 2 days' concerns. Come on, Belle, we'll go to the palace. Cobra turned around and walked back. The next 2 days have accumulated a lot of political affairs, and we have to work hard. Yes, King Cobra, Belle replied. The golden deer sailed very fast, although it only left Alabaster in the afternoon. After an afternoon of sailing, the golden deer is now very far away from Alabaster, and after dinner, everyone on the boat returned to their own rooms. 7 devil fruits, as expected. I should summon 2 companions to come here. Lying on his own boat, Ziyun thought for a while and thought, leaving 3 spares should be enough. If you summon 2 companions, the boat can be more lively. However, what kind of companion should I summon? Ziyun rubbed his chin. Speaking of which, every time when establishing linked-sighted transfer positions, it is to ask Semiramis and Scheherazade to help. It would be much more convenient if I could build it myself. Since this is the case, it really is necessary to summon the companions of the mage profession to come over. Ziyun nodded, and quickly made a decision in his mind. Summon when you think of it. Ziyun sat up from the bed. Although I really want to welcome the arrival of new companions with everyone, but at this moment Ziyun really can't help but want to summon. System, first help me summon a mage class partner. Ziyun said to the system in his heart. Ding begins to be the professional companion of the host summoner. Following the sound of the system, the summoning magic circle appeared in Ziyun's room. I hope this time I can draw the ability that can be used to arrange spell formations. Looking at the spinning magic circle, Ziyun thought in his heart. With the end of the summoning, a woman wearing a black tights, showing a proud figure, holding a red spear, and a masked woman with smooth purple hair appeared in front of Ziyun. I'm Scathach from the Kingdom of Shadows. Can I just call you Master? Although I'm very happy to be able to summon the powerful and queen-like Scathach, but the one I summon should be a mage, right? Looking at the scarlet spear in Skaha's hand opposite, Ziyun thought suspiciously. Ding. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the skill, Skahalun magic. Could it be that Scathach, who is at the spear level, knows rune magic, so she is also a mage in the system's thinking? Thinking about it carefully, Ziyun thinks this is very possible. After all, even if Scatha is at their spear level, her magic ability is very powerful. However, in this way, I have obtained the ability I want. Page 243. Feeling the knowledge of rune magic in his mind, Ziyun laughed happily. Master, it's impolite to ignore people when we meet for the first time. Just when Ziyun was still there, when he was deep in thinking, Skaha's voice came from a very close place. Hearing Skaha's words, Ziyun raised his head in a panic, but was suddenly stopped by their elastic force from the top of his head. Well, it's feeling the elasticity of his head, Ziyun couldn't help stretching out a pinch. This familiar feeling, could it be? Ziyun stepped back a little distance, raised his head and looked up, and found that his hand was right on Skaha's chest. It seems that Master is a very naughty and rude person, Skatha said with a serious face. Sorry. Ziyun quickly let go of his hand, and stepped back to the back of the bed. I didn't notice that. You came so close to me just now. Sorry, Scatha. Forget it. It's not a big deal anyway. Scatha shook his head. It seems that the Master is a very powerful warrior. I feel a strong power in you. Do you want to practice with me? This is also very important for me to understand the strength of the Master. Do I want to fight with you? Ziyun said in embarrassment. He still knows Scathach very well. After all, this is also a female character that Ziyun likes very much. Scathach pursues someone who can defeat and kill herself. After living for a long time, she is already tired of eternal life. She often hopes that someone who is powerful enough to kill her will appear. As for Ziyun who summoned Scathach, he had no intention of killing Scathach at all. Therefore, he was very troubled. Skaha, you are not looking for someone who can defeat and kill you, are you? Ziyun said with a serious expression. If possible, I hope you can give up this dream. And if you want a fighting opponent, I am willing to accompany you at any time. Are you willing to fight with me at any time? It seems that the Master is a very courageous person, Skaha said with a smile. I like courageous people. Simple fighters and pure bravery are both unacceptable. Only brave fighters are the type that can infinitely arouse my interest. As for seeking death, Scathach shook his head. You are a very good master, powerful. I even feel that you are strong enough to fight me, and you also give people a good feeling. I don't want to leave this world just after meeting such a master. That's really nice. Ziyun smiled happily. Skaha, you don't need to call me master, Just call me by my name Ziyun. That's good, Ziyun. Scathach nodded. Then, let's fight next time. Don't worry, I won't use my full strength. After all, you are not an enemy, Ziyun. This place seems to be on the ocean. Scathach looked outside the ship. Since this is the case, let's fight on the plywood. No, there is no need for this. It will disturb the rest of the companions. Ziyun shook his head. As for the venue of the competition, I have a better place. Ziyun smiled, and began to chant his unlimited sword control mantra. Soon, Ziyun brought Scatha to the world of unlimited sword system. The world of infinite swords. Skaha looked around, and looked at Ziyun with some surprise. I didn't expect you, Ziyun, to have such an inherent enchantment. Maybe I underestimated you a little bit. It's just something I learned from another companion, Ziyun said. However, before the competition, let me strengthen you first. After finishing speaking, Ziyun asked the system in his mind to deduct berry from there, Million King's treasure space to strengthen Scathach. Has the strength improved? Skaha was a little surprised to feel the stronger power in his body. Why do you wake up there? Power that I can't hold back anymore? Only in this way can we have more fun fighting, can't we? Ziyun replied with a smile. Sure enough, I'm not mistaken. You really think you are a very courageous master. I like it very much. Page 244. Scatha had a nice smile on his face. However, as expected, Scathach, you still look good when you show your face. Ziyun stared straight at Scatha's face. You are so beautiful, and you are dressed so sexy. It's a pity to cover your face. Do you still have this interest? Obviously I hid my face on purpose. Scathach touched his face. It's not something interesting. Could it be that you like this look? Ziyun nodded, staring straight at Skaha. Is this what you want? Feeling Ziyun's fiery gaze, Scatha looked at his body. However, even if you really want something, can I really achieve it? However, it's not impossible. Skaha raised his head and looked at Ziyun. I, Skaha, will not combine with someone who is weaker than me. If you want to sleep in my bed, at least you and I should stand on an equal footing. Of course, if you can beat me, that's even better. How about it, interesting master? Do you regret strengthening me now? Skaha said with a smile. Ziyun shook his head. If I want to defeat you, I can get together with you. Of course, you have to defeat the strongest you. If it weren't for that, I wouldn't be ashamed to live with you. You really amuse me more and more, Ziyun. Scathach pointed the gun in his hand at Ziyun. Now, let's get started. For your own purposes, try to surpass this death-piercing spear in my hand. Go ahead. Ziyun smiled. Projection. Start. Seeing the crimson spear in Skaha's hand, Ziyun projected the same crimson spear piercing the death thorn and pointed at Skaha. Seeing this familiar gun, Skaha couldn't help showing a curious look. The companion who taught me this unlimited sword system once fought with your disciple. By fighting him, he was able to project this, the spear that pierces the dead thorn. And after studying with him for a period of time, I can now project this gun. It's really nostalgic. Skaha showed a nostalgic expression. I didn't expect to see this gun again. In that case, let me see if you have the skills to match this gun. After finishing speaking, Scatha stabbed at Ziyun with lightning momentum. Around the body of the gun, the scarlet magic power continued to rotate, which increased the destructive power of the gun even more. Ding! As expected of Scathach, holding Scathach's gun. Afterwards, Ziyun said with a smile, it seems that it is not easy to defeat you. Let me see your strength, Ziyun. Scathach said, if you can't do it, then I will hit you until you can't get up. Then I have to work hard. Ziyun waved the long spear in his hand very quickly, using some 8th level spears learned from Li Shiwen, attacking Skaha. Facing Ziyun's attack, Skaha either dodged or blocked Ziyun's spear. Although he holds the spear that pierces the death thorn, the spear technique he uses is completely different from Kuchulin's style. Scathach said, it feels like it was also made by a certain spear master. However, Ziyun, you don't seem to have learned much of the spear skills of this spear master. If you want to use this spear technique to defeat me, I advise you to give up as soon as possible. After finishing speaking, Skaha waved her hand, and several spears appeared around her and flew towards Ziyun. At the same time, Skaha himself followed closely behind the flying spear, spinning the spear in his hand to attack Ziyun. Ziyun quickly blocked the flying spear, and slammed down a spear at the attacking Skaha. Ding! Page 245. It seems that the quality of the spear piercing the death thorn you projected is not very good. Looking at the spear that pierced the death thorn that broke after fighting with himself, Scatha said lightly. So, how are you going to fight me now? Although my projection magic is not as proficient as Imur, I can still guarantee the quality of the projected David's weapon. Gun, it will break. It's not because Scathach your attack is too strong. Ziyun shook his head and said, however, I also know that spear skills cannot defeat you. Ziyun smiled, lowered his body slightly, and made a Bbook starting gesture. After all, I still lack training in spear skills, so, next, let me use these fists, which is the same as you fight. Oh, Scarha showed an interested smile. This time the posture is quite good. It seems that Ziyun is good at punching and kicking. I'm not very good at it. Well, I'm going. Scathach. After finishing speaking, Ziyun stomped on the ground violently, and as the ground under his feet shattered, he quickly came to Scarha, and slammed his palm hard. Boom. Raising the gun, the ground under Scathach's feet who blocked Ziyun's palm strike instantly. Cracks continued to spread around. Not bad. Scarha laughed excitedly, bent over quickly, turned round, and swept a gun towards Ziyun's waist, and at the same time, another gun that pierced through death appeared in his other hand, blocking Ziyun's retreat. Seeing Scarha's spears coming from both sides, Ziyun jumped up lightly and landed firmly on Scarha's spears. Then, with force under his feet, he stepped on the two guns of Scathach to the ground. Immediately afterwards, a straight punch hit Scathach's chest. Scarha smiled slightly, leaned back, and narrowly dodged Ziyun's straight fist. Immediately, he raised his hand vigorously, and the spear left the ground with Ziyun. Scarha, who was leaning back, took advantage of the situation and exerted force on his feet, turned his body over, and kicked Ziyun in the air fiercely with his black right leg. Ziyun quickly used his right hand to grab Scarha's hind leg and block the kick. However, Scathach's attack did not end. At this moment, with his two free hands, he stabbed Ziyun several times in succession. Ziyun had no choice but to flick Scarha's right foot vigorously, sending Scarha flying away. Temporarily, Scathach leaned forward with both feet on the ground, and stuck his two spears on the ground to stop his rapidly retreating body. Afterwards, he charged towards Ziyun again. Seeing Scarha rushing towards him with a strong wind, Ziyun smiled. His figure began to gradually fade, and soon disappeared in front of Scarha. Scathach stopped in his tracks and looked around warily. He was able to completely hide himself in front of me. Scathach, Master, you have brought me more and more surprises. Is your ability like this also brought about by the boxing techniques you use? Scathach said, while drawing a rune in the void with one hand free. And as Scathach portrayed in the void, the runes with the characters of gradually formed a fire area around her. Is there? Seeing the only vacant terrain in the sea of flames, Scathach quickly shot there. I can't hide it from you, Scathach. Ziyun, who was discovered, gradually revealed his figure, holding Scarha's gun tightly in his hand. This is indeed the ability brought by this boxing technique, which allows me to temporarily blend into the surrounding environment and hide myself. However, it was quickly found by you. Ziyun pulled the gun in his hand heavily, causing Scarha to stop in front of him, and at the same time clenched his right hand to rest on Scarha's chest. Originally, I wanted to do a sneak attack or something, but now it seems that I have to fight openly. After Ziyun finished speaking, the fist placed on Scarha's chest slightly pushed forward. The strength in the fist stayed in the contact between Ziyun and Scarha for a second, and then quickly exploded in Scarha's body. Well, Scarha touched the place where he was hit, and looked at Ziyun with satisfaction. It's so beautiful to be able to do this. Page 246. It seems that I can use a little more powerful force. Scarha smiled. Runes began to flash around his body, and with the appearance of the runes of their deceased, Scarha's body actually became more powerful. This is the rune of the buff. Ziyun, who has just obtained Scatha's complete set of rune abilities, naturally knows the rune magic ability that Scathach is using at this moment. Ziyun raised the corner of his mouth, let go of Scathach's gun, and took a slight step back. Both hands began to carve the same runes as the runes Scathach was using around him. Sure enough, it is very necessary to learn some magic. After drawing the runes, Ziyun obviously felt the enhancement of his physical abilities, especially his speed. Ziyun felt that if he used the ability of the shining fruit now, his speed would reach a very terrifying level. Perhaps, no one in this world can keep up with his moving speed. When you responded to my call to come to this world, I obtained the ability of runes from you. Seeing Scarha with a surprised face, Ziyun said with a smile, speaking of which, I have to call you Master. Master? Scarha smiled, if you say that, you can indeed call me that. But getting this level of rune magic by directly summoning me is a little cheating. Scathach shook his head and continued, since you called me a master, then I have to train you. Well, from now on. After all, your spear skills are a little bit too bad. It's not that bad. Ziyun rubbed the back of his head. It doesn't look good. It's just like a spearman at your level. If it was someone else, I would be considered a master. If you haven't practiced to a certain level, it can only be regarded as poor. With a serious face, Scathach recalled a red spear and threw it at Ziyun. Our competition. Let's end like this. This time it's a tie. Aren't you gonna fight? Ziyun, who caught the spear thrown by Scathach, said doubtfully. It's enough for the competition to reach this level, and now, I have fully understood your strength. He is indeed a very powerful warrior. Scathach nodded. If you continue to fight, it may turn into a fight. You don't want to do that either. Of course, I don't want to fight, Scathach. Ziyun said affirmatively. If possible, I hope to be with you and other companions all the time. Together forever. Even forever? Scarha said. Of course, if it's forever, Wouldn't that be better? Ziyun smiled. With you and the company of other companions, even if I live forever, I believe life will not be boring. Perhaps it will really be as you said. Scatha laughed. Well, let's start the next game. Scathach pointed his gun at Ziyun. Well, the next Scathach? Didn't you just say that the competition is over? Why are you talking about the next one now? Ziyun asked puzzledly. The competition is over, but the training for you cannot end. Scathach walked into Ziyun. Since you called me a master, and you have caught the spear that pierces through death I gave you, then I have to practice your terrible spear skills. Get ready, my training is very strict. Forehead. Ziyun stared blankly at the gun in his hand. Well, do you want to train now? Can you come again next time? It's already very late now, and we fought for a long time just now. We'd better rest and start training tomorrow. Scathach shook his head, and put the tip of his spear on Ziyun's shoulder. That's impossible. After fighting with me, it's more suitable for training to step up your understanding of spear skills, so you must start practicing now. Page 247. After finishing speaking, Scahusa waved his hand, and the magic of runes appeared on Ziyun's body. Boom! In the blink of an eye, the big crack under Ziyun's feet. This is rune magic that increases gravity. Ziyun said, since your physical ability is very strong, let's start training directly from 0 times the gravity. Scathach nodded. In the next few hours, you should practice hard with me. No. Ziyun looked up to the sky and shouted loudly. Okay, let's end today's training here. A few hours later, looking at Ziyun who was exhausted but persisted in completing their training goals he set, Scaha said with a smile. It is finally over. Hearing Scatha said it was over, Ziyun immediately touched unlimited sword control, and buried his head on his bed. During these few hours, he had a deep understanding of the strictness of Scatha's teaching policy. Although 20 times the gravity, it is nothing to him now. But with Scathach's other training, he couldn't bear it a bit. In Ziyun's heart, after coming to this world, even fighting the enemy, he has never been so tired. Coupled with maintaining the expansion of the inherent barrier for a long time, it has brought a considerable load on Ziyun's own magic power. It can be said that it has not been a long time since he came to this pirate world. The magic power is exhausted. I'm exhausted. This is the first time I feel that my physical strength and magic power are consumed so much. Is this the feeling of my body being hollowed out? Ziyun, who fell on the bed, turned over with great effort, looked at the ceiling and said, Master, you are too strict. As he spoke, Ziyun turned his head to look at Scaha. Master, what are you doing? When Ziyun turned his head, he saw that Scaha was slowly taking off the tights on his body, and a large piece of snow-white skin was exposed in Ziyun's eyes. Scaha smiled, and slowly lay beside Ziyun with graceful steps. Didn't you say that you are very interested in me? Moreover, I also said that if you can satisfy me in the battle and not lose to me, I can satisfy your interest. Right now, our contest is tied, and Scaha gently stroked Ziyun's face with his bare hands. Besides, there is still such a lovely disciple as you. Under such circumstances, I have to give you a little reward. How can this be a little bit? This is quite a big reward. Looking at Scatha, who was full of the queen's beauty, Ziyun swallowed hard, and roared in his heart. Why don't you act? My lovely disciple. With a smile on his face, Scaha slowly drew circles on Ziyun's face with his fingers. It's not that I don't want to act, my beautiful master. Ziyun smiled wryly. It's true that I don't have any strength at all now, whether it's physical strength or magic power. To be honest, if it wasn't for a beautiful woman like you lying beside me, I would have lost all strength. You can fall asleep right away. In this way, I seem quite attractive in your eyes, Scaha said with a smile. However, it doesn't matter if you can't move, as long as I can move. After finishing speaking, Scaha quickly pressed on Ziyun's body, and his body was even more tightly pressed against Ziyun. Warrior, I am very satisfied with your ability in battle. I hope you will fight in this other battle. Come on, it can also satisfy me. He. The sun once again dispelled the night. Everyone on the Golden Deer got up one after another, and started a new day of life. Murashi Shikibu, do you have any books on how to get along with men in your library? Semiramis walked into Murasaki Shikibu's library and said, Oh wow. Master Semiramis, what do you want this kind of book for? Murasaki Shikibu covered her mouth in surprise. In her impression, Semiramis, who has always been ruthless, would not read this kind of book. Don't be so wordy, just tell me if there is such a book. Semiramis said. Page 248. Semiramis probably wants to get closer to Ziyun through this book. Robin, who was sitting quietly reading a book in the library, stood up and handed Semiramis a book. On the cover of the book, on the skills of dating a man, several large characters are particularly eye-catching. There is no such book in the books compiled by Murasaki Shikibu. Although I haven't read it, I still understand the general types. Robin said, most of the books edited by Murasaki Shikibu are about love or revenge. However, I have brought a few books that are different from these types and put them in the library. This book on falling in love with men's skills. Instead, it explains some ways to please men. Sure enough, Robin, you like books very much. Murasaki Shikibu said happily, in such a short time, you will know the types of books here. I am a heroic spirit who weaves love, hatred, and hatred. I think that the emotional entanglement between people is what I should write. Therefore, most of the books I write revolve around love, hate, love and hatred. However, in the future, I will continue to rewrite the books of other authors, and the types of books will continue to increase. HMPH. I don't need to please men. Semiramis took the book from Robin's hand. I just broke up the references. Robin smiled, walked back to his seat, and continued to read his book. After seeing Robin walking to the side, Semiramis began to flip through his book. Well, it turns out we need to do this. Semiramis nodded. Then, Murasaki Shikibu, I'll take this book back to my room and read it first. Of course, this is a library, a place for everyone to relax and read. Any book here, everyone can read. Purple Shibu said. Semiramis nodded, took the book and left the book. Wait, Master Semiramis. Shikibu chased out of the library and followed Semiramis' footsteps. Can you please Semiramis? Master Mise also told his own story. In fact, recently I wanted to record the life of each heroic spirit. These stories must be very exciting. Do you record your life? Semiramis stepped down. I don't have anything to tell about my life. Now I just want to live with Ziyun. If you want to record it, just keep a good record of my life with Ziyun now. Murasaki Shikibu nodded. Yes, I can record the master and everyone's life in this world. I'm going to discuss with the master now, and let him agree to let me make a book about what happened when he came to this world. Zishibu hurried towards Ziyun's room. This kind of thing, even if you don't ask Ziyun what he means, it's okay. Semiramis shook his head and followed Zishibu's footsteps. He also wanted to see why Ziyun hadn't come out of the room so late. Last night, there was no female companion staying overnight in Ziyun's room. According to the previous situation, if Ziyun was sleeping alone, he would have already woken up at this moment. But now, he has not left his room. Semiramis is still somewhat concerned about this situation. Yun, the sky has been bright for a long time. Outside Ziyun's room, Zishibu gently knocked on Ziyun's door. Beside her, Semiramis stood silently. Master, haven't you woke up yet? Seeing that the door hadn't been open for a long time, Zishibu said suspiciously. Let me come. Semiramis walked to Murasaki Shikibu and put his hand on the doorknob. At the same time, a faint magic light appeared from her hand. Okay, the lock is open. Let's go in now. Murasaki Shikibu, it's not good. Wow. Before Murasaki Shikibu could finish his sentence, Semiramis pushed away from the room, and, in the room, Skathuch, who looked like a queen, was sitting on Ziyun's body. Below him, Ziyun was lying on the bed with a pale face. Murasaki Shikibu screamed in shock at the exciting scene in front of him. Oh. From the looks of it, this is your limit, Ziyun. Skaha looked at Ziyun who couldn't move with a smile and said, it doesn't matter whether it's marksmanship or physical strength. It seems that you still have a long way to go. In the future, I will continue to train you and urge you. Page 249. I just consumed too much in the previous battle. I will definitely move back in the future, Ziyun said weakly. Ziyun really didn't expect Skaha to be so powerful, even after the spear training. He was made to exercise so intensely for several hours. In Ziyun's mind, this is even crazier than Minamoto Ligwang. It's not good. The master is pinned down by a woman she doesn't know and can't move. Murasaki Shikibu ran towards the deck with his eyes covered. Oh. It looks like someone is here. Is this Ziyun your companion? Skathuch turned his head to look at Murasaki Shikibu who was running away and Semiramis, who entered the room and locked them behind his back. They all look like very capable women. So, you are Ziyun's summoned companion, right? Semiramis walked to the side of the bed and asked Skathuch, it seems that when you came, you did something very unreasonable to Ziyun. Excessive. Skaha looked at Ziyun. I think he's enjoying it quite a bit. Yes, my lovely warrior. Facing Skatha's words, Ziyun didn't know how to answer. Although he is very happy to be able to combine with Skathuch, Ziyun is still a little embarrassed to be so weak now. Especially the current state has been seen by Murasaki Shikibu and Semiramis. It's you. Do you envy me and Ziyun so much? Skathuch looked at the book in Semiramis' hand. Or as the one who was summoned by Ziyun first. Have you not been close to him yet? From this point of view, it's not too late for me to come. Don't be complacent. Ziyun had quite a few female companions before you. Semiramis showed dissatisfaction. Also, shouldn't it be time for you to get off Ziyun? That's right. Looking at the current state of the master, it seems that I can't continue. Skaha smiled, and got up from Ziyun with a satisfied smile. Warrior, you are very good. I am very satisfied with these two battles. After that, let's move on. After seeing Skathuch get off the bed and change his clothes, he sat down on a chair in the room. Without any intention of leaving, Semiramis said, since you're satisfied, shouldn't you leave this room first and say hello to the other companions? Don't worry about it. Skaha took out a long gun and wiped it lightly. Let's wait a while. Ziyun will take me there. Semiramis frowned. Really? It looks like you have to wait for a long time. After finishing speaking, Semiramis lightly placed her hand on Ziyun's body. Faint dark blue magic particles began to appear from the contact between her palm and Ziyun's body. It's magic that helps with recovery. Semiramis smiled and said to Ziyun, with this, you can recover some physical strength. How about it? Do you feel better now? Thank you, Semiramis. I feel much better now. Ziyun smiled, and said to Semiramis, yes, that's fine. The corners of Semiramis' mouth turned up slightly. The clothes on his body turned into magic photons and dissipated, revealing his snow-white skin in the eyes of Ziyun and Skathach, who was looking at this place. This way, I can do what I want to do. Don't mind. Come to the second round. 22. Ziyun. Wait. Semiramis, you are. Before Ziyun finished speaking, Semiramis put his fingers on Ziyun's mouth. I originally hoped that you would take the initiative to attack me, but it seems that it will take a long time to wait until this day. Semiramis smiled, climbed onto the bed, and sat on Ziyun's body. Page 250. That's right. There are so many outstanding women on this boat. It's understandable for you, Ziyun, to look down on me. Not like this, Ziyun said. It's just that Semiramis is usually too serious, so I didn't dare to start. Semiramis laughed. Really, Ziyun, you have to be bold sometimes. Obviously, I have been by your side for so long, and in the 2 batches after me, there are people who have relations with you, but you haven't thought of me yet. Well, Semiramis, shall we do well next time? Can you let me rest first? Ziyun said. Semiramis bent down slightly to bring his face close to Ziyun. If it goes on like this, will you keep me waiting for a long time? Although I don't like men who covet my beauty, but if it's you, I don't care. So, I don't plan to wait any longer. As my summoner, it is right to offer some service to my queen, Ziyun. After finishing speaking, Semiramis' red lips stuck tightly to Ziyun's lips. After a period of time, Skathach couldn't help nodding while watching Semiramis' movements all the way. Well, this is really an intense movement, and it has a different style from mine. I think there is something worth learning from. This kind of knowledge, even the wisdom of the abyss does not have it. It seems that we need to watch the actions of Ziyun's other female companions in the future. Boom, boom, boom. While Skathach was still sighing at the intensity of Semiramis' actions, there was another knock on the door of Ziyun's room. It seems that someone is coming. Skathach stood up and looked towards Semiramis, who was looking towards the door. Go on, as the price for me to learn something, let me help you block the people outside. He. After speaking, Skathach came to the door, opened the door and walked out, then quickly closed the door of Ziyun's room. Outside the door, because of Murasaki Shikibu's words, the tornado's sister, Artoria, rushed over. Nero and the others only had time to catch a glimpse of the entangled figure of Semiramis and Ziyun before being cut off by the gate again. Sorry, it's Semiramis' time. Let the sea water wait for a while before going. Skathach looked at the girls and said with a smile, what's going on, Murasaki Shikibu? Didn't you say that Ziyun was doing something with a woman he didn't know? Why is Semiramis on Ziyun's body now? Tornado looked puzzled at Murasaki Shikibu standing by the door with a blushing face and said, although Archeria didn't speak, she also pricked up her ears. At the same time, she felt envious that Semiramis, who was summoned by Ziyun almost at the same time as herself, could be so close to Ziyun. But, I didn't lie to everyone, Zishibu said shyly. Just now, this woman was talking to Ziyun just now. In the end, Murasaki Shikibu's words were so low that everyone couldn't hear them. So, are you the woman Ziyun secretly found behind my back? Nero walked up to Skathach, looked him up and down. Damn it, why didn't I think of such a dressing style? It's so bold. Seeing Skathach's tight and seductive clothing, Nero couldn't help but shine. No wonder Ziyun couldn't help it. This style of clothing, paired with such a cold and beautiful face, if it was me before, I would also be moved. Dress style? Hearing Nero's words, she didn't pay attention to Skatha's clothes at first, and Artoria, who just thought that Skatha was a very powerful person, couldn't help but look at Skatha's appearance. Is it possible to attract Ziyun's attention by dressing like this? Ideas that she had never thought about before gradually emerged in Archeria's mind. Compared with this woman, I should not be worse. Looking at Skathach, Fubuki couldn't help thinking, however, such a bold outfit is indeed very attractive. Although she is very confident about her appearance and figure, Fuxi has to admit that Skaha's appearance is indeed very attractive to men, and the queen's aura that she constantly exudes from her body adds a lot of charm to her charm. Perhaps, it shouldn't be said that Ziyun couldn't bear it. Hearing everyone's words, Skaha smiled and said, after all the competition and training, Ziyun couldn't even move actively, but me. Hearing Skathach's words, the girls couldn't help but widen their eyes. If you like this audiobook, subscribe the channel for more videos like this. and join my Patreon if you want to support me, where you can find advanced audiobooks that hasn't been uploaded on YouTube till now. Leave some comment and let me know if you guys like this story, or you have a web novel you like and want to hear its audiobook. I will be happy to create them for you. Please like, share, and leave a comment on the video.